As Thorian stood vigilant at the western outer gates, flanked by Forlun, Aqua, and Ventus, the final members of their team converged upon the designated rendezvous point. "There they are at last," Ventus remarked with a hint of impatience. "About time." Thorian turned to see Zogarth leading the remainder of their party, the Kobold Magi, Ifrit and Saxum, the Kobold warriors, Kadar, Bellifer, Kryman, and Inli, as well as the Elder Goblins, and the formidable Goblin champions. "We've assembled quite the formidable force," Forlun observed, eyeing their companions. "This team could storm any city and emerge victorious." Perched atop the ledge of the western gate, Thorian stretched his limbs before addressing the entire group. "Though Zogarth has briefed you on our mission, I'll reiterate. Tonight, our objective is to seize control of a new territory altar, akin to the one I claim to establish this village. If all goes according to plan, Wolvendale will annex its first vassal state tonight." Stroking his beard thoughtfully, interjected, "Such marvels exist? The world continues to surprise." Aqua, puzzled, queried, "But, my king, if our task is merely to claim this altar, why mobilize such a formidable force? The area surrounding a territory altar teems with mana, attracting powerful beasts and monsters as guardians," Thorian explained. "We must be prepared for formidable opposition." Forlun, cracking his knuckles eagerly, added, "I'm hoping these monsters prove challenging. I'm in dire need of experience points." Shaking his head at Forlun's belligerent enthusiasm, Thorian leaped down from the ledge and swung the gates wide open. "With that, let us depart." The group advanced through the nocturnal forest, with Thorian leading the way. He frequently glanced skyward, using the southern star as his celestial guide through the labyrinthine woods. The other altar should be southwest of Loxley, about 5 kilometers from its walls, he thought to himself. Relying on the southern star and the looming walls of Loxley as navigational aids, Thorian confidently guided his party through the dense forest. Glancing back at his companions, Thorian's mind momentarily conjured the image of Nox, the black kobold, playfully leaping from branch to branch alongside Aqua and Ventus. However, as soon as he blinked, the vision of Nox vanished. "It was with Nox that I discovered the Wolvendale territory altar. It's regrettable that he isn't here to witness this second conquest," Thorian reflected, a tinge of nostalgia in his thoughts. Brushing aside these musings, Thorian quickened his pace. The party's remarkable speed allowed them to traverse several kilometers within minutes. Even the usual denizens of the forest steered clear, sensing the overwhelming strength of the group and knowing better than to challenge them. "We're nearing our destination," Thorian announced, noting a vast cliffside stretching to their right. From his prior experiences, he knew the territory altar was close. Abruptly, he halted. "Wait." At Thorian's signal, the entire group came to an immediate halt, perched high upon the tree branches, safely concealed from the prying eyes of any lurking monsters. "Have we arrived, my lord?" Forlun inquired, his voice laced with curiosity. Thorian, without uttering a word, motioned for the moon kobold to silence, while his gaze methodically swept the surrounding area. His attention fixed on the form of a colossal green beast brandishing a massive club. "It's an ogre," Thorian stated, his eyes pinpointing other similar creatures in their vicinity. "And there are many of them here." "Ogres? Interesting," Ventus mused. "Shall I go down and kill them all? First, we locate the Alpha. Then you may indulge," Thorian replied. He ascended a few more branches, seeking a clearer vantage point. His search ended as he spotted his quarry. A formidable, two-headed purple ogre slumbered atop a tree. Across from it, in a clearing, lay the territory altar, its demonic visage turned away. Monsters seemed to abhor that face. The gods must have designed it intentionally, Thorian thought. Having located his target, Thorian descended to rejoin his team. "I've located the altar," he announced, along with the chief beast guarding it. Forlun, eagerly rotating his neck, declared, "Then what are we waiting for? Let the hunt begin." Conversely, Zogarth regarded Thorian with a grave expression. "My lord, what strategy do you propose?" We need to eliminate the twin-headed ogre first, Thorian decided. Since it's still asleep, it's wise to dispatch it before it awakens. Zogarth nodded in agreement. A sound strategy, my lord. It minimizes the chance of any unforeseen complications. Ventus, nonchalantly, added, risk? I doubt it. A single one of my lightning arrows, and it's goodbye to the two-headed ogre. Thorian, eager to proceed, said, less discussion, more action. Let's complete this swiftly and claim the territory altar. Forlun, revealing a broad grin as he drew his sword, chimed in, perfect. I'll handle the big ogre. I need those experience points. With Thorian's approval, they advanced stealthily towards the clearing where the twin-headed ogre slumbered. Moving with agility, they leaped from branch to branch until they were close to the ogre's resting spot. Forlun, as you wished, Thorian whispered, watching the moon kobold position himself for the attack. As Thorian observed Forlun preparing to strike, a sense of unease crept over him. Everything's been too smooth so far. Let's hope no last-minute surprises arise. Amidst his concerns, Thorian watched as Forlun cloaked himself in a radiant red aura. His tempest strides emitted a shimmering blue light, and with the swiftness of a comet, he leapt from the branch. Executing a graceful arc, Forlun's blade sliced cleanly between the two heads of the purple ogre. The creature's flesh and sinew yielded effortlessly under his powerful strike. With a ferocious war cry, Forlun cleaved the twin-headed ogre in two. The beast met its end without even a chance to utter a sound, felled by Forlun's swift blade. My worries were unfounded. This was unexpectedly smooth, Thorian reflected, observing the scene. Forlun stood amidst the ogre's blood and gore, unbothered, even amused, as he gazed at something invisible in the air. I've achieved it. Forlun announced, turning to Thorian with triumph in his eyes. I'm ready to evolve. However, their moment of victory was short-lived. Hearing the commotion and roars drawing nearer, Thorian quickly responded, hold off on evolving, Forlun. First, let's deal with these creatures. As a horde of green ogres charged towards them from every direction within the clearing, the group sprang into action without needing a command. The kobold warriors, rallying around Forlun, took up positions on the right flank. Simultaneously, Zogarth and the goblin champions swiftly moved to cover the left. The battle erupted into chaos as Thorian and his team braced themselves against the oncoming onslaught. In the thick of the fray, Zarjan, armed with his newly acquired skill, unleashed a lightning charge. He darted towards the oncoming ogres, his sword slashing through them with electric agility. Zogarth, wielding his mighty axe, cut a swathe through the horde, each blow delivering devastating force. Meanwhile, the three elder spellcasters bestowed blessings upon their warrior counterparts, simultaneously cursing the ogres. Their spells caused disarray in the enemy ranks, some ogres slowed, others grew dizzy, and a few stopped in their tracks, overcome by nausea. The elemental magi provided crucial support from the rear, launching a relentless barrage of spells. Any ogre daring to emerge from the underbrush or the trees was swiftly met with arcane retribution. Observing his team's efficient execution of their roles, Thorian leapt from his perch into the central clearing. Confronted by a tide of green ogres wielding massive clubs, he readied himself for the onslaught. Lord's Fury, elemental embodiment, Thorian activated his skill, raising his Emberstrike cane like a sword. Completing his incantation with a sweeping horizontal motion, he declared, Greater Gale Slash. With a resounding swoosh, the skill was unleashed. A vast wind slash, spanning half the clearing, surged towards the ogres. The force of the attack was instantaneous and lethal. Smaller ogres were decapitated, while larger ones were bisected at the torso or abdomen. The scene transformed into a gruesome tableau of destruction, blood, and viscera, as every last ogre fell before Thorian's mighty spell. Relieved to see the altar unscathed by his formidable spell, Thorian marveled at its resilience. Indeed, a divine artifact. Even my most powerful spell is but a gentle breeze to it. Surveying the area, Thorian noted his companions had efficiently dealt with their respective adversaries. one by one, they converged around him, awaiting further instructions. Thorian's gaze settled on Forlun. "Shall we proceed with your evolution now, or would you prefer to examine the altar first?" he inquired. Forlun, pondering the significance of the moment, replied, "Let's attend to the altar first, my lord. My evolution is a momentous decision, it can wait until after we've secured our objective." "Wise decision," Thorian affirmed with a nod. He then directed his attention towards the demonic-faced altar. "Let's proceed with our task." With purposeful strides, Thorian approached the altar, reaching out to place his hand on its ominous, demonic visage. "I, Thorian Steelblade, claim this territory by the divine right I have been given." As Thorian touched the altar, his perception fragmented, akin to viewing reality through a broken window. Words and virtual screens flickered into existence before his eyes. "System error." The system error message repeated, relentlessly flashing in front of Thorian's vision, which was then overwhelmed by a chaotic fusion of black, red, and gold colors, coalescing into a prominent display. "Create dungeon. Become the dungeon boss." This dungeon boss prompt dominated Thorian's view, much like the previous experience with Wolvendale's inception. Below it, almost obscured, the familiar, smaller notification lingered. "Create village. Become lord." Opting for the latter choice as before, Thorian watched as a torrent of system messages flooded his vision. "System error. System error. Compatible host found. System recalibration." This is following a similar pattern to the last time, Thorian thought, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. But just as he exhaled a breath of relief, an unexpected notification shattered his expectations. "Incompatibility found. System recalibration denied." "Oh. God damn it." As Thorian gazed at the two glaring notifications, his heart missed a beat. A sense of inevitability washed over him, no action of his could alter the path laid out. His destiny, it seemed, was in the hands of higher powers. Incompatibility found. System recalibration denied. Thorian's eyes widened as a flood of notifications bombarded him, leaving him staggered. Throughout his decade-long ordeal in the apocalypse, never had he encountered such anomalies. The rapid succession of events left him reeling, each notification a hammer blow to his understanding of the world. Lord attribute detected in host. System error encountered. Repeated system error. Insufficient authority for decision-making. Elevation to higher authority required. Case escalated to the aspect high table. Initiating deliberation process. Thorian was initially confused. He was aware of the aspects, his name for the gods, but the aspect high table was unknown to him. However, the tempest of notifications carried a silver lining, a faint glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. This sudden turn of events hinted at a possible reprieve, a chance for a more favorable outcome than he had dreaded. Proposal submitted by ##########. Commencing deliberation. Initiating vote count. Unanimous agreement on solution achieved. Immediate implementation of solution. Directive from the aspect high table, maintain a minimum of 25% human governance in vassal states. Non-compliance will result in suspension of vassal appointment privileges. New vassal states would become dungeon lairs and vassal lords would transform into dungeon guardians. Verdict irrevocable. Thorian's heart plummeted into the depths of his stomach upon reading the last notification. He was on the brink of succumbing to despair, shoulders sagging, when an unexpected laugh broke through the silence. It began as a small chuckle, but quickly transformed into a wild, manic laughter. "Ah, so that's how it is," he mused bitterly. "Of course, it was always going to be like this. How could I have expected anything different? Those damned gods, they would make such a choice. It's in their nature, after all." Gritting his teeth in frustration, Thorian clenched his fists, his anger directed at the divine beings who seemed to find amusement in toying with mortals. He knew their decision was driven by their desire for entertainment, To these gods, the most entertaining path was invariably the one they would choose. Congratulations, Thorian Steelblade, you have claimed the territory altar. Please choose a name for this village. The appearance of the new notification brought a moment of calm. Thorian inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. Anger and indignation would serve no purpose now. The die had been cast and the game set in motion. His role was to play it. His gaze swept the surroundings, finally resting on the cliffside marking the territory altar. A shake of his head and a chuckle later, Thorian decided on the name. Cliffwood, he declared. The village shall be known as Cliffwood. Golden light spilled forth from the territory altar, enveloping Thorian and forging a connection that he felt deep within. Another notification appeared before him. As you are already a lord of a territory, you must appoint a vassal before the territory system can be fully activated. Once you choose your vassal, they will become the effective lord of this territory. Their access rights will be second only to yours. Just as Thorian was absorbing this, another pulse in his consciousness signaled a new, private notification. He focused inward, finding an unexpected message. Notification, Sovereign's Dominion Quest Alert. Adjustment triggered, cosmic balance shifted. Due to unforeseen intervention by the aspect high table, cosmic scales have shifted. Quest update, Sovereign's Dominion. Additional rewards unlocked. Ancient laws of equilibrium activated. Reward disclosure. Hidden rewards to be revealed upon quest completion. Just what in the names of the gods is happening here? Thorian's face was contorted with shock, eyes wide open and mouth agape. In less than a minute, he experienced more twists and turns than one could expect from a lifetime. However, as the shock and surprise faded, a glimmer of hope followed suit. The unexpected turn of events suggested a deeper, more intricate play of forces. The gods, bound by ancient rules, had inadvertently opened a path for him, a chance to gain something perhaps even they hadn't foreseen. With the cessation of notifications, Thorian found himself standing before the demonic visage of the altar. He did not know what to feel about all of the events that were transpiring to him. His mind was a mess, and his heart was a mix of emotions. In the end, he could only let out a wry smile, turning to face his entourage. Their gazes, filled with concern, met his. This situation is so unnecessarily complicated. I will just inform them of the first part so as not to confuse them more than they need to be. Thorian exhaled out a heavy sigh, his voice tinged with a mix of resignation and amusement. It seems the gods truly do love their games. Forlun, his brow furrowed in concern, couldn't hide his confusion. What happened to make you look like that? I've never seen you in such a state. Yeah, that was scary, added Ventus, echoing Forlun's sentiment. What could have possibly happened? Thorian scratched the back of his head, a gesture that betrayed his own unease. The gods have decreed that we need human vassals. A quarter of our vassal lords must be human. Aqua raised an eyebrow, skepticism clear in her voice. The gods imposed that rule? How arbitrary and capricious. Zogarth, meanwhile, seemed lost in thought. He eventually spoke, "My lord, if it's only about filling a position, we could simply capture some humans and force them into servitude." Thorian shook his head, clarifying the gravity of the situation. A vassal possesses nearly all the privileges of a lord. They could demolish any building and misuse our resources at will. Aqua nodded in understanding. That's a significant risk. Coerced vassals could betray us, sabotaging our defenses at the worst possible moment. Forlun, ever the hothead, snarled, "Would those cowardly humans even dare such treachery? If they even think of betraying us, I'll slash off their faces with my own blade." Thorian bit his lip in frustration. While he had numerous arguments against Forlun's rash stance, engaging in fruitless debate was not what they needed. Solutions were what mattered now, not getting bogged down in pointless bickering. Just then, always the voice of reason, spoke up. "My lord, may I offer a suggestion?" Thorian turned towards him, noting the elder's serious demeanor. He knew and wouldn't speak unless he had a well-thought-out solution in mind. "Please do, Eldarum," Thorian responded with a gravity that commanded the attention of all present. Eldarum offered a slight bow, his voice calm yet carrying an undercurrent of certainty. "The key to resolving this dilemma lies in a skill you possess in abundance, my lord. It is diplomacy." "Diplomacy?" Forlun's incredulity was palpable, but Thorian quelled any further outburst with a look that could freeze fire. "Forlun, remember your place and let the elder speak." Chastened, Forlun stepped back, murmuring an apology. Eldarum, reassured by the silence, continued. "Human societies are complex, perhaps even more so than ours. They are rife with factions and shifting alliances. My suggestion is to find a faction whose interests we can align with our own." As Eldarum spoke, a hushed reverence fell over the group, with none daring to interject. Thorian, meanwhile, considered the proposal thoughtfully. "The issue is the innate animosity between humans and monsters. Our initial quests made that clear. How can we bridge such a fundamental divide?" Eldarum nodded, acknowledging the challenge. "True, the gods may have set us against each other, but that doesn't preclude alliances. It's a matter of finding the right humans and aligning our interests with theirs." Thorian looked to his entourage for their opinions. "What are your thoughts? Is this a viable strategy?" Zogarth stepped forward, his words measured yet direct. "My lord, with all due respect, this seems overly optimistic. Eldarum speaks of aligning interests and finding trustworthy humans. But what exactly are these interests? And how can we be sure of finding humans we can trust? Our knowledge of them is limited." The room fell into a contemplative silence, each member weighing the risks and potential of Eldarum's proposal against the stark reality outlined by Zogarth. "I understand," Thorian said, nodding slowly. He stood in contemplative silence, weighing each word and considering their implications. After a moment, he spoke with decisive clarity. "Here is my final decision. Starting tomorrow, we will intensify our scouting within Loxley. I want detailed intelligence on all major players in the city. Their alliances, key figures, objectives. I expect a comprehensive report on these matters before we make our next move." With Thorian's decision set in stone, Zogarth kneeled, his voice resolute. "We shall execute your orders with the utmost diligence, my lord." The rest of Thorian's entourage acknowledged the command with respectful bows, all except Forlun, who stood biting his lip in evident shame. Noting Forlun's inner conflict, Thorian placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Come to my house later. We need to have a private discussion." Forlun's eyes widened at Thorian's invitation, a mix of emotions rendering him momentarily speechless. As Forlun grappled with his thoughts, Thorian addressed the rest of the group. "There's nothing more to be done here. Let's return to the village." The group made swift progress through the forest, with Thorian meticulously gathering every suitable herb for his magus quest. Simultaneously, he honed his skills in elemental mana control and bodily mana enhancement. By the time they arrived back at the village, Thorian had successfully completed all 3 of his quests. Having claimed the rewards for his daily quests, Thorian returned to his house to await Forlun. Half an hour later, the moon kobold tentatively knocked on the door. "You can come in," Thorian called out, even as he fed Harold, who had grown impressively large, chunks of thumpalope meat. After Harold devoured the giant rabbit's thigh, Thorian gently stroked his neck. "Could you wait outside for a bit? I need to have a private talk." "I understand," Harold rumbled, his voice deep and gruff. "But make it quick." With a reassuring smile, Thorian patted Harold's nape. The creature lumbered out, its massive size making the doorway seem all the more inadequate. Forlun entered, his head bowed in contrition. "My lord, I'm sorry." "Close the door behind you and come closer," Thorian instructed, his tone neutral, bypassing Forlun's apology. Forlun complied, and Thorian stood to face him. "Forlun, who is the king of this realm?" Caught off guard by the question, Forlun faltered. "It is you, my lord." Of course, it is you. Thorian nodded slowly, emphasizing his point. Yes, it's me. I am the king here, not you, not Zogarth, not The king of this place is me. His voice crescendoed with each word, the intensity startling Forlun. After taking a deep breath, Thorian continued, his frustration evident. So, tell me, why were you speaking out of turn in such a critical discussion, especially when I wasn't addressing you? Forlun's demeanor shifted, reflecting a mix of apprehension and realization as he faced Thorian's stern gaze. The air in the room grew heavy with the weight of the impending conversation. I'm sorry, my lord, Forlun said, his words tinged with uncertainty. I wasn't thinking. Of course, you weren't, Thorian agreed, shaking his head in disappointment. Because if you had been, you would understand the danger of your actions. Do you realize what happens when a king's commands lose their authority? Chaos, Forlun. That's the outcome. Thorian stepped closer, his voice measured yet firm. When you disagree with something I say or a decision I make, you have two options. Object politely then and there, or wait to discuss it privately with me. We can argue all you want behind closed doors, but not in front of the others. Forlun exhaled, a hint of relief in his breath. I'll choose the latter, my lord. Politeness doesn't come naturally to me. A smile almost broke on Thorian's face at Forlun's frank admission, but he composed himself quickly. Regarding the humans, this wasn't a choice of mine. The gods mandated it. Thorian's gaze met Forlun's squarely. Now, we face two paths: either incorporate humans into our ranks or abandon any aspirations of expansion. Which path do you favor? I want to continue expanding, my lord, Forlun said, conviction in his voice. Like you've always said, our goal is to build an empire. That's my dream too. That's good to hear, Thorian replied, his tone softening. Then you understand our course of action. If the humans we integrate align with our values, it's no different than accepting more orcs or goblins. This isn't the first time we've welcomed new species into our fold. James Ravenwood, POV. James sat on a bench in the courtyard of his family's grand mansion, his gaze fixed on Rue, who was practicing swordsmanship. The young boy, brandishing a short wooden sword, moved with surprising skill for his age. He executed each block and slash against a comically oversized wheat bag with precision, his face etched with seriousness. The wheat bag, towering over little Rue, swayed under the force of his practiced strikes. To James, Rue was like a character from one of the many legendary tales he had read, a young knight, valiant and fearless. Despite the turmoil beyond the mansion walls, these moments with Rue felt like the best days of James's life. He felt a twinge of guilt for relishing these days when the world outside was steeped in chaos and suffering. Yet, he couldn't deny the truth of his feelings. For the first time, James had a friend of his own age to watch and play with. His status had always set him apart from other children of noble families, who seemed to avoid him, likely due to the court intrigues and political scheming that James had come to understand all too well, even at his young age. But Rue was different. In the short time they had spent together, James saw no hidden agendas in Rue's actions. The boy was like fresh snow on a mountain peak, pure and untainted. Rue acted on his whims, and this sincerity was something that James valued deeply. You're different, aren't you, Rue? He thought, watching the boy with a mix of admiration and fond kinship. Brushing aside his conflicting thoughts, James refocused on Rue's training. An idea sparked in his mind, and he called out enthusiastically, "Hey, Rue!" At the sound of his name, Rue paused his practice and, wiping sweat from his brow, turned towards James with a curious look. Yeah? James's face lit up with excitement. Could you show me that magical move again? I want to see it one more time. Rue's face broke into a confident smile. You mean my super-duper finishing move? Alright, you got it. Gripping his wooden sword tightly, Rue eyed the wheat bag with the intensity of a hunter stalking its prey. Power strike. Suddenly, the sword in Rue's hands shimmered with a glowing blue light. With a fierce determination, he planted his feet firmly and swung at the wheat bag, his sword leaving a trailing arc of blue light. The blade sliced through the bag as if it were butter, unleashing a torrent of wheat. "Oh no," Rue murmured, his initial pride turning to horror as he surveyed the mess. Frantically, he tried to shove the spilled wheat back into the torn bag, but it was a futile effort. James, witnessing the chaos, pushed himself to stand, determined to help. Each step was a struggle, his body protesting every movement. "Don't give up now," he urged himself, intent on aiding Rue. His breath grew shallow, his steps increasingly labored. As he neared Rue, James's foot went numb, his leg wobbling uncontrollably. Powerless to stop the inevitable, he stumbled and fell face first to the ground, a mere step away from his friend. Rue's eyes flickered between the spilling wheat and his fallen friend, torn between the two crises. Swiftly, he turned James over, concern etching his young face as James winced in pain, his forehead likely bruised. "Ah, James, you know you shouldn't move like that," Rue chided gently, sliding his hand behind James's back and lifting him with surprising ease. "You need to rest. Someone will come to check on your bruise." James's voice was barely a whisper, tinged with guilt. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, fighting back tears. "I just keep causing trouble for you." Rue shook his head, a mix of frustration and fondness in his eyes as he carefully laid James back on the bench. "Don't be silly. Just take care of yourself, and don't push too hard, okay?" After ensuring James was settled, Rue glanced back at the wheat-strewn courtyard, his face clouded with worry. But before he could attempt any cleanup, two figures entered the courtyard. James, turning to see who it was, recognized his elder brother Tristan and Rue's grandfather, Robert. The moment Robert's gaze landed on the chaos, his face darkened with anger. He scanned the area and his eyes quickly found Rue. "Rue? What have you done, young boy?" he exclaimed, his voice echoing with a mix of surprise and reprimand. Rue's eyes widened in alarm at his grandfather's anger. "I'm so sorry, Grandpa," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with regret. Robert, visibly upset, scolded Rue for his carelessness. "Do you realize how many people that wheat could have fed? And here you are, using it for play." He then turned to Tristan, bowing respectfully. "Your Grace, I apologize. This won't happen again." Tristan, however, sought to diffuse the tension. "Sir Robert, they're just children playing. Let's not be too harsh." Robert, though, was adamant. "Your Grace, it's important he learns. We can't have him thinking it's all right to waste food like this." James, feeling the weight of responsibility, struggled to sit up. "Sir, please." "It's my fault," he insisted, wincing as he touched his bruised forehead. "I asked Rue to use his magic on the wheat. I am truly sorry." At James's admission, Robert hesitated, sighing deeply. With James involved, the situation was clearly more delicate. Tristan, ever the peacemaker, clapped his hands together. "It's just kids being kids. The wheat is still fine." He then turned around and signaled a servant. "Bring an empty bag, please." "As you wish, Your Grace," the servant responded, hurrying off. Turning to Rue with a smile, Tristan playfully ruffled the boy's hair. "You're strong, cutting through a wheat bag with a wooden sword. You'll be a great defender of the city, just like your grandpa." He then approached James, with Rue in tow. "I have two pieces of good news. First, starting today, Sir Robert will be your personal bodyguard." James' eyes sparkled with excitement, his mind racing with the possibilities. "So, Rue can stay with me?" he asked, barely containing his joy. Tristan smiled, turning to Rue. "That's up to him. Rue is his own man, after all." Rue's response was immediate and enthusiastic. "Of course I want to stay. James is my friend." James's delight was palpable as he hugged Tristan tightly. "Thank you, big brother." Tristan laughed softly, gently disentangling himself from James's embrace. "Hold on, there's more news. We're nearly done clearing the city of monsters. You know what that means?" James's face lit up with realization. I can finally get a class? Exactly, Tristan confirmed with a nod. In fact, we're setting out right now. Overwhelmed with happiness, James could only shout yes, again and again, his voice echoing with excitement. Tristan chuckled at his brother's reaction, then glanced at Robert. The old man's face was adorned with a broad, nostalgic smile, evidently pleased with the turn of events. Well then, shall we go? Tristan extended his hand to James. James, unable to contain his eagerness, accepted the offered hand, using it for support. Yes, I can't wait. As the group slowly exited the mansion, with Tristan supporting James, something in the corner of the street caught James's attention. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw a silvery figure watching him, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Am I seeing things? Puzzled, James rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the street corner was empty. Anything troubling you? Tristan inquired, noticing James's odd behavior. James shook his head, dismissing it as nothing. No, it's nothing, he replied, his curiosity subsiding for the moment. Continuing their journey, they approached the inner wall. Passing through the gate, they gazed down at the outer city from the hilltop upon which the inner city stood. It was a view that brought a sense of awe and perspective. Suddenly, Tristan turned to James with a mischievous grin. Want to try something fun? Before James could respond, Tristan scooped him up in a princess carry and dashed down the hill. With each stride, Tristan leaped meters into the air, gracefully bounding from stone to stone as they descended the hillside. James was a mix of terror and wonder, the exhilaration of the wind against his face and the rush of speed unlike anything he'd experienced before. In that moment of thrilling freedom, James couldn't help but think, is this what freedom feels like? It was a fleeting thought, but one that filled him with a sense of adventure and possibility. Forlorn POV. Perched atop the outer northern gate, Forlorn gazed into the forest with a dazed expression. Dawn's first rays were just beginning to pierce the night's veil, casting a deep orange glow over the eerily silent woods. After his conversation with Thorian yesterday, sleep had been elusive, granting Forlorn only a few restless hours before anxiety stirred him awake. He had wandered the village aimlessly, lost in thought, until he found himself sitting on the gate, awaiting the daybreak. You're up unusually early, Forlorn, a familiar voice, broke the silence. Forlorn turned to see Aqua scaling the wall with ease, joining him atop the gate. Forlorn remained silent, his sigh the only response as he continued to stare at the forest. I take it the king spoke with you yesterday? Aqua probed. Still, Forlorn offered no reply, his gaze fixed on the distant trees. Aqua sighed, reading the unspoken words. The talk didn't go well, I gather. I messed up, Forlorn finally admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Hearing this confession from the general, Aqua exhaled deeply. Yes, you certainly did. What were you thinking, speaking so freely in front of everyone? Those goblin elders were there too. If they witness us showing disrespect to our king, they'll follow suit. I'm aware, Forlorn said, shaking his head. He made that abundantly clear yesterday. It's just, adjusting to this new role is challenging. Remember, it wasn't long ago that I led our tribe. Yes, and remember, the elders were once leaders of their own tribes too, Aqua replied. Zogarth was also the vice-captain of his warband. Yet, they all serve under our king now. Aqua's gaze then intensified, locking eyes with Forlorn. You seem to be missing a crucial point, Forlorn. Despite their former high status, even greater than yours, you are now their general. They answer to you. And who do you think made that decision? Our king, Forlorn murmured, his voice tinged with dejection. Exactly, Aqua affirmed. Consider why he chose you for this role. Why do you think you were appointed as general? Forlorn faltered, his words trailing off. I don't know. Aqua sighed, his voice deepening with seriousness. He trusts you, Forlorn. He's observed you since we began our journey in this world. He saw how you led your race, unempowered compared to those like me who received stronger evolutions. He witnessed your struggles, your perseverance. Your relentless spirit and dedication didn't go unnoticed. That trust led to your appointment. Forloon's mouth opened in surprise, then closed as he bit his lip, looking down. Do you think he still trusts me? That depends on your actions henceforth, Aqua responded with a shrug. Words hold little weight, it's deeds that count. Fulfill your duties as one of the army's 2 generals. Act with the dignity befitting your rank. If you do so, I'm certain our Lord will acknowledge it. Forloon absorbed Aqua's counsel, then slowly nodded. You're right. That's all I can do. Aqua's smile broadened upon hearing Forloon's agreement. Good. I'm eager to work alongside you, General. Forloon's own smile began to form, but it was abruptly interrupted by a whooshing sound. Instantly alert, he leaped from his position just as an arrow struck the spot he had occupied moments before. Who's there? Forloon bellowed, eyes darting across the landscape in search of the assailant. Beside him, Aqua gripped his staff, poised to unleash a spell at the first sign of their attacker. The forest, however, remained eerily quiet, betraying no hint of movement. Despite Forloon's vigilant scanning, the origin of the arrow remained a mystery. After a tense few moments, Forloon cautiously approached the lodged arrow, extracting it from the ledge. To his surprise, he found a scroll wrapped tightly around its shaft. ******. Thorian's POV. Thorian awoke and began his daily routine, first using his fire manipulation abilities to dry his clothes, still damp from the previous day's wash. As he dressed, his mind replayed the conversation with Forloon, wondering if he had been overly harsh. No, he reassured himself, that discussion was necessary. Without setting clear expectations from the start, trouble is inevitable. With a heavy sigh, Thorian stepped out of his house and made his way to his usual rendezvous point with Alacritas. Today, Loxley should be free of monsters, he thought, waiting patiently. Once that's done, the fortress system will unlock, and the abyss will open. The thought of exploring the abyss excited him. It was a perfect opportunity for someone of his strength to gain the experience points needed for leveling up, a crucial step towards challenging the sanctuary and obtaining Amelia's terror. Lost in these thoughts, Thorian suddenly realized something odd. Alacritas is late. That's highly unusual. This thought lingered as he continued to wait, but no one appeared. After 30 minutes, his intuition kicked in, signaling that something was definitely wrong. Just what happened to him? Thorian, deciding against waiting idly, began to walk around the village. It was pointless to stand still, perhaps he would encounter another member of the scouting party. As he approached the northern inner gate, he noticed Forloon and Aqua entering. The sight of Forloon stirred a hint of awkwardness in Thorian, but he masked it well. His intention was to inquire about Alacritas, but as he approached, Forloon hurried towards him with a look of confusion. "My lord, something unusual has just occurred," Forloon reported. Thorian's sense of foreboding intensified. "What happened?" he asked, bracing himself for the news. Forloon quickly relayed the incident. "Aqua and I were on the outer gate when an arrow was shot at us." Thorian's mind raced to the possibility of an ambush. "Is this the beginning of an attack?" he questioned, his body tensing for combat. The thought of an enemy daring to strike while he was present in the village ignited a fierce resolve within him. Aqua interjected, "It didn't seem like an attack. There was a letter attached to the arrow, but we couldn't understand it. The language is unfamiliar to us." "A letter?" Thorian's concern escalated. The coincidence of Alacritas' absence and this cryptic letter unsettled him deeply. Forloon swiftly retrieved the letter from his pouch and handed it to Thorian. As Thorian unfolded it, his eyes widened in shock, and he gritted his teeth in anger. "Your men have been captured. To see them alive again, come to the western gate of Loxley. Bring only 3 of your men," the letter read. The urge to rip the letter apart surged through Thorian, but he restrained himself, clenching his fist instead before returning the letter to a puzzled Forloon. They've taken Alacritas and the entire scouting party I dispatched to Loxley, Thorian disclosed, his voice heavy with frustration and worry. Forlun, clearly agitated, exclaimed, "How is that possible? Alacritas is formidable, mere humans couldn't possibly capture him." "We're not contending with mere humans," Thorian replied through clenched teeth. "This must be the work of the Green Lady. She's even stipulated that I come with only 3 men if I wish to see my men alive." "My lord, this is undoubtedly a trap," Aqua cautioned. "Do you think I'm unaware?" Thorian sighed, then turned to Forlun with a sly smile. "However, she has severely underestimated us by allowing me to bring 3 of my men." Catching Thorian's confident smile, Forlun's eyes widened with resolve. "My lord, I will accompany you. No matter the number or strength of her forces, I will ensure their defeat." Thorian nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. "I expect nothing less from my general. But let's not rush. We'll hold our daily meeting first to inform everyone of the situation before we act." "My lord, is it true?" Zogarth entered the meeting room, his presence commanding yet laced with an undercurrent of urgency. The rest of the council trailed behind him, each member marked by an air of tense anticipation. "Has Alacritas, along with his team, truly been captured?" Ventus, a figure of casual defiance, arched an eyebrow in skepticism towards Thorian. "This has to be some sort of joke," he remarked, his voice laced with a hint of disbelief. "Alacritas is unmatched in speed, save for Harold. How could mere humans possibly apprehend him?" Thorian, unmoved by the rising tide of emotions, gestured towards the seats. "Please, let us first take our seats," he suggested, his voice a calm anchor in the storm of questions. The gravity in his tone and the solemnity of his expression were enough to wash away Ventus's nonchalance. The council members, sensing the severity of the situation, settled into their chairs, each face etched with grave concern. "Let me be clear," Thorian began, extracting a letter from his pocket and placing it deliberately on the table. "The information Forlun relayed is accurate. This letter explicitly confirms that my men in Loxley have been detained. Given that only Alacritas and his team had assignments in the human city, the implications are unmistakable." Lapis, quick to respond, interjected with a tone of resolute conviction. "If this is indeed the case, my lord, then we are left with no choice but war. Their audacity to capture our people cannot go unanswered." Ventus, his voice now a blend of eagerness and determination, joined in. "I agree," he declared. "If you wish, King, I can storm that human city immediately. Their high stone walls are no match for my magic." Thorian, amidst the fervor of the council, exhaled a weary sigh. "Patience," he urged, his gaze sweeping across the faces before him. "We must not let impulsive anger dictate our actions." His eyes then settled on Zogarth. "Your perspective is valued, Zogarth. What course of action do you deem most prudent in these circumstances?" Zogarth paused, collecting his thoughts, before responding with measured caution. "While the thought of unleashing our fury upon that human city is appealing, prudence must prevail. If they have indeed captured Alacritas, we must acknowledge their formidable capabilities." Thorian, acknowledging Zogarth's insight with a nod, surveyed the room for further input. Eldarum, previously lost in contemplation, raised his head. "My lord, might this situation be linked to the Green Lady we discussed yesterday?" "It is highly probable," Thorian agreed. Alacritas's primary objective, amidst assessing Loxley's general state, was to monitor this lady and her associates. His reports consistently portrayed her as a shadowy figure, rarely seen in public. Her followers, too, are adept at evading detection. A hush fell over the council as they digested this revelation. Aqua, whose furrowed brow betrayed deep contemplation, eventually spoke up. "My king, considering your description, it seems plausible that the Green Lady's stronghold might be outside the city. Therefore, even if we triumph in a war, locating where Alacritas and his team are being held could still elude us." Thorian acknowledged this with a nod, his expression thoughtful yet distant. "And then there's the matter with the strong hearts," he mused silently. But raising that issue now would only stoke the flames of war against all of Locksley. That outcome is far from desirable. The room fell silent as Vigil posed a pertinent question, snapping Thorian out of his reverie. My king, given our lack of intelligence, should we dispatch more scouts to Locksley and its surroundings? Thorian, weighing his words carefully, shook his head. No, the situation is too precarious for that. Our best strategy at this juncture is for me to accept their invitation. Vivax's complexion drained of color at these words. But my lord, that could well be a trap. Thorian's response was laced with a hint of humor. Do you truly believe your king would fall to a mere trap? Vivax, quickly regaining his composure, replied with conviction, certainly not, my lord. Thorian's gaze then shifted to Forlun, a smile playing on his lips. Moreover, I won't be embarking on this journey alone. Forlun, isn't it time you chose your evolution? Forlun's grin mirrored his anticipation. I've been waiting for the right moment, my lord, and it seems that time has come. The room's attention pivoted to Forlun, curiosity piqued. What are your options for evolution? Thorian inquired, his eyes sparkling with interest. Clearing his throat under the gaze of the council, Forlun revealed, I have two choices, Moon Kobold Champion and Celestial Kobold Champion, the latter being a special variant. Thorian chuckled with assurance. Then the choice is clear. With Thorian's endorsement, Forlun's body became enveloped in a radiant glow. His physique expanded, muscles bulking up as a surge of energy transformed him. His size increased dramatically, with intricate tribal tattoos depicting celestial bodies, the moon, the sun, and stars, swiftly etching themselves onto his fur. The council watched, captivated by the spectacle of Forlun's dramatic evolution. In the aftermath of Forlun's transformation, he towered a full foot above Thorian, who himself was not lacking in stature. This form suits you far better, Thorian observed, his approval evident. He then cast a half-amused glance towards the door. However, we may need to consider room expansions if such rapid evolutions continue. Forlun, now towering and formidable, responded with a light chuckle. Well, isn't that a great problem to have? Thorian, with a smile still playing on his lips, turned back to the council. The assailant of Alacritas has permitted me 3 companions for the meeting. Given Forlun's newfound prowess and his crucial role, he will be one of them. That is a wise choice, Eldarum agreed, his tone reflecting his respect for Forlun's strength. Besides you and Harold, no one in our village rivals the general. Makes sense, Ventus shrugged, his casual demeanor acknowledging Forlun's strength. Thorian then directed his attention to Zogarth. As my second general and one of our strongest, I want you by my side, Zogarth. Zogarth, with a respectful bow, accepted the honor, and the council members nodded in agreement with Thorian's decision. Thorian's gaze then swept over the council, a palpable tension rising as he contemplated his final choice. Every council member, each harboring a silent hope, fixed their eyes on Thorian. And for the final position, he began, the room hanging on his every word, I choose Eldarum. The council chamber was momentarily gripped by a stunned silence following Thorian's declaration. The quiet was swiftly broken by an outburst from Ventus, his voice tinged with a mix of frustration and disbelief. But my king, I earnestly desired to accompany you, he protested. You're aware of my strength, we battled side by side countless times. Why choose who lacks my prowess? Thorian, unruffled by the protest, offered a simple yet profound explanation. Possesses a unique quality that none other here does. Ventus, now confused, pressed for an answer. And what might that be, king? Thorian's gaze settled on conveying a deep sense of trust. His eyes, he stated, leaving the statement enigmatic and open to interpretation. With those cryptic words, the meeting disbanded. Thorian, Forlun, Zogarth, and departed from the village, their steps leading them through the perilous forest. Familiar with the route, they navigated effortlessly to Locksley, converging near the western gate. As they stood waiting, Zogarth queried Thorian about their strategy upon encountering the opposition. My lord, once we confront them, what shall be our course of action? Thorian's answer was measured and confident. That will depend on their moves, he said. Regarding traps, concern yourself not. I possess 2 specific skills tailored for such scenarios. Zogarth, his expression a mix of surprise and admiration, looked back at Thorian. Is that so, my lord? Truly? Thorian affirmed with a nod. The first is Predator's Gaze, he announced, his pupils dilating like a predatory animal, enhancing his vision dramatically. And the second, Elemental Sight. His eyes then shimmered, transforming his vision into a vibrant tapestry of colors, each hue representing a different elemental mana. These abilities allow me to detect hidden assailants or magical traps that might be lying in wait, Thorian elaborated, his tone indicating the strategic advantage they provided. Forlun, impressed, couldn't help but express his admiration. Your array of skills is indeed remarkable, my lord. It certainly reduces the uncertainties we face. As Forlun spoke, Thorian turned towards Eldarum. Regarding the other aspects of our mission, I trust you can handle them? Eldarum nodded subtly, yet with a firm resolve. Certainly, my lord. I shall not disappoint. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of movement. Thorian, alert to the slightest disturbance, noted, it appears our escorts have arrived. 2 figures, garbed entirely in black, materialized in front of them with a swift, almost spectral movement. The lead figure, wasting no words, issued a simple command, follow us. As Thorian's 4-man group followed the 2 guides, they deliberately bypassed the city of Loxley, venturing deeper into the forest. The path, obscured by shrubbery and dense vegetation, wound its way through the wild heart of the woods. Seems like Aqua's conjecture was right, my lord, Eldarum whispered, his voice barely more than a breath against the rustling leaves. Thorian gave a slight nod, his eyes scanning the surroundings. They're quite prepared. But the fact that they're inviting us to their secret hideout, Zogarth pondered aloud, his brows furrowed in thought. That is certainly strange. A knowing smile flickered across Thorian's face, appreciating the astuteness of his general. They likely wish to conceal their alliances, be it with the Strong Hearts or any other faction, he mused silently. His gaze lingered on their silent guides leading the way. The hideout they reveal today won't be their primary one, not if they are merely seeking dialogue, Thorian speculated inwardly. Minutes slipped by unheeded until they emerged into a clearing. No structures were visible, but a curious assemblage of logs and shrubbery caught Thorian's eye. Unsurprisingly, the guides began to remove the logs and foliage, unveiling a hidden trapdoor beneath. These humans, and their endless layers of secrecy and deception, Forlun scoffed derisively. Ignoring the comment, the guides opened the trapdoor, gesturing for the party to enter. Let's enter, they invited. Thorian accepted the invitation with a nod, leading the way as Forlun followed with a hint of hesitation. The quartet descended into the clandestine lair, the stairway engulfed in darkness except for the flickering torchlight held by the guides. With a soft chuckle, Thorian conjured a small fireball atop his index finger, casting a warm glow around them. The walls, constructed of gray bricks, rose high, creating a spacious passage that accommodated even the towering figures of Thorian and Forlun with ease. The guides spun around, their surprise evident in their stiffened posture, the flickering torchlight revealing the fear sketched on their faces. Don't worry, Thorian reassured them, his smile tinged with a hint of mischief. While I wish for nothing more than to reduce you to cinder, this fire merely serves to light our path. Swallowing hard, the guides wordlessly resumed their lead, their tension palpable in the air. Thorian and his companions trailed behind, their presence like looming shadows. Cowards, Forlun snickered, amused by their discomfort, while Thorian's chuckle resonated softly in the corridor. Minutes stretched on as they traversed the descending stairwell and navigated a lengthy corridor. At its conclusion, they were greeted by a sizable door. One guide rapped on the door, announcing, "The shadows have been guided to the dawn." Thorian nearly let out a laugh. Cryptic passcodes are expected, but this is almost too cliché. An underground faction speaking in metaphors of shadows, how ironically fitting. The door swung open, revealing a hulking figure. The man, known as Ragnar, scrutinized Thorian's group with a snide snicker. Well, this is unexpected. I never thought you'd actually come. He sauntered over to Forlun, eyeing him with a mix of curiosity and disdain. So, you're the monster chief, huh? You've changed a lot since I last saw you. Forlun's brows knitted in confusion, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Ragnar continued his tirade. Why weren't you in your village during our attack? We decimated so many of your men, and you were nowhere to be found. Were you hiding in fear? As Ragnar's taunts escalated, Forlun's temper flared. He was on the verge of violence, but Thorian's timely intervention, a gentle tap, calmed him. Taking a deep breath, Forlun's laughter took on a maniacal edge. To think you humans are not only cowards, but fools as well. Not surprising, though. He pointed at Thorian, clarifying, firstly, I am not the king, I am his general. Advancing towards Ragnar, Forlun towered over him. Secondly, you should be less concerned about our king. It's me who can break your neck in an instant. Ragnar, undeterred, cracked his neck and grinned provocatively. Well then, let's see you try, you filthy monster. As the tension escalated, Thorian intervened. Unleashing his mana, he exerted a powerful, oppressive force. The air thickened with the weight of his power, causing Ragnar to reel in shock and turn his gaze towards Thorian. Thorian's response was measured, yet unmistakable in its threat. We accepted your invitation, but if you seek a confrontation, we are more than prepared. With that, he summoned a fireball, infusing it with 1/10 of his entire mana reserve. The ball of fire, pulsating with raw power, was a clear warning. I have no qualms about reducing this place to ashes. Even Ragnar, who had moments ago radiated defiance, could not hide his trepidation. The energy radiating from Thorian's fireball was immense, dwarfing even the mightiest of known fire spells. It held the potential to engulf the entire lair in a destructive inferno. Forlun, reveling in the display, laughed heartily. There you have it. You've managed to rile up the king. As the oppressive heat from the fireball filled the corridor, causing Ragnar to perspire profusely, another figure emerged from the doorway, clapping. I believe that's quite enough for an introduction, the slender man, Soren, announced as he approached Thorian. Don't you agree, Monster King? Thorian, wordlessly, closed his hand, extinguishing the fireball into mere wisps of flame. Soren chuckled, glancing at Ragnar. It appears even monsters possess greater civility than you, Ragnar. Not that I'm surprised. Ragnar's gaze was venomous. One day, it'll be your neck I snap. Soren rolled his eyes, refocusing on Thorian. Now that you've made the journey, why not join us? Let's put this hostility aside. Very well, let's hear what you have to offer, considering your audacity to detain my men, Thorian said, motioning for his entourage to follow. They entered the room behind Soren, a space bustling with activity and filled with an array of food and drink. The occupants of the room cast various glances towards Thorian and his monstrous entourage, some fearful, some intrigued, and a few burning with a visible thirst for conflict. Soren, unfazed, explained with a sly grin, your men ventured into our domain uninvited. Naturally, we had to detain them. I'm sure someone of your stature, the Monster King, can appreciate the necessity of such actions. Settling into a chair, Soren continued, we can arrange their release, but there are conditions, certain tasks we'd require from you in exchange. Thorian, observing the scene, smirked and shook his head. Ignoring Soren's proposal, he casually picked up an apple from a nearby table, carefully sniffing it for poison before taking a bite. Addressing Soren without even a glance in his direction, he said, I'm not inclined to negotiate terms with a mere subordinate, especially one from a group that's been nothing but a thorn in my side. He then turned to Soren, his expression blank. Where's your leader? The atmosphere in the room shifted perceptibly at Thorian's brazen act. Soren's expression turned icy. You seem to forget that your men are our prisoners. We hold their lives in our hands, he retorted, his voice edged with a cold warning. Oh, is that so? Thorian's response was a nonchalant chuckle. He reclined in a chair, casually propping his legs on the table. And you seem to overlook the fact that I can reduce everyone here to ashes. A fair trade, I'd say, your lives for a squad of mine. A heavy hush fell over the room. The men who had been watching the exchange tensely gripped their weapons, preparing for the worst. Forloon's eyes sparkled with anticipation of conflict, while Zogartha's expression darkened, his hand never straying from the hilt of his axe, ready to unleash chaos at a moment's notice. The tension reached a palpable peak when a new figure stepped from behind a curtain. A young woman, adorned in a flowing green dress, entered with a relaxed smile. Her presence seemed to alter the room's dynamics instantly. Well, it seems that everyone is having quite the lively discussion, she observed with a light laugh, surveying the charged atmosphere. Thorian's expression momentarily hardened upon seeing her, a surge of anger coursing through him. So this is she, the grand whore in flesh and blood. The one responsible for turning Nox into such a mess, he thought bitterly. The woman, undisturbed by the palpable hostility, continued with her charade of hospitality. A grand battle would indeed be a spectacle, but consider the effort we've put into arranging this feast, she said, her voice laced with a feigned warmth. Her eyes, shimmering like the depths of the ocean, locked onto Thorian, her smile unwavering. So, what will it be, Monster King? Will you choose battle or banquet? As Thorian faced the ultimatum, a hushed expectancy fell over the room. Every gaze was locked on him, understanding that his next words would be the fulcrum between bloody conflict and peaceful revelry. The foot soldiers, acutely aware, held their breath, they knew their fates hung precariously on the edge of his decision. Thorian's eyes, cool and calculating, swept over the assembly before resting on Eldarum. The goblin elder's eyes were alight with a mystical golden glow, his visage pale and tense. A silent acknowledgement passed between them, the gravity of their situation was clear. In his mind, Thorian noted, her strength is as I suspected. Maintaining his composure, Thorian turned towards Nalia, a sly chuckle escaping his lips. Well, considering your generous proposal, let's indulge in the feast, he declared. With a flourish, he picked up a goblet of wine, raising it towards the lady in green. To your health. Nalia returned his toast with a knowing smile. Your wisdom does you credit, she responded, then signaled to her attendants. Let music fill the air, and see that our guests want for nothing. At her command, the previously hesitant musicians began a symphony of flutes and violins. The tension eased as melodies wove through the room. Turning his attention back to the table, Thorian dismissed the men seated with them. Gentlemen, I'm afraid this table is reserved. Please find yourself some other seats. They scuttled away hastily, plates in hand, as Thorian beckoned his own party to join him. As his comrades settled around him, Eldarum took a seat beside Thorian. Leaning in, the elder began, My lord, she. Not now, Thorian interjected softly, cutting him off. We'll discuss it later. As servants bustled about, lavishing their table with an array of sumptuous dishes and brimming goblets of wine, Zogarth leaned towards Thorian, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. My lord, forgive my frankness, but why do we celebrate and dine with our foes? I stand ready to fight at your side until my last breath. Thorian's response came with a light-hearted chuckle. Celebrate, you say? This is no celebration. It's a display of dominance. Our enemies are feeding and serving us of their own accord. Tell me, when have you ever witnessed such a great humiliation? Forloon, unable to contain himself, erupted into laughter. You're just something else, my king. Our enemies scurry about, tending to our every desire, while we relax in leisure. He demonstrated his point by devouring half a roasted pig in a single bite, speaking through a mouthful, This is delicious. We should take some for the road. Watching Forloon's voracious appetite, Thorian's laughter joined in. Indeed, we should. He offered a goblet to Forloon. Try the wine. Let's see if it pleases your palate. Forlun accepted the goblet, draining it in one hearty swig. Not bad, he approved, smacking his lips. It leaves a sweet note at the end. Thorian, amused, took a sip of his own wine. Pleased to hear it. Meanwhile, Zogarth, clearly out of his element, scanned the room, his discomfort growing. Unable to stifle his unease any longer, he turned to Thorian. My lord, what is our next move? Surely, we're not just here to indulge ourselves? Thorian exhaled, a hint of amusement in his voice. If that girl is as transparent as she seems, a private meeting is likely in the offing, once she thinks the wine has dulled my senses, he mused with a chuckle. But fret not about negotiations, I won't be outmaneuvered by a novice. As for the rest of you, enjoy the merriment, but stay vigilant. As long they're still nervous around you, things should be fine. The moment that nervousness wanes and confidence takes its place, be ready for anything. With a strategy in place, Zogarth's tension eased, allowing him to finally partake in the feast. Thorian's smile widened at the sight. That's the spirit. The evening progressed with a constant stream of servants attending to Thorian's table, replenishing their feast with unending fervor. Loxley's food shortages. And yet here, such abundance, Thorian pondered with a wry smile, sipping his wine. The minutes flew by, and soon, a bevy of scantily clad women approached, their movements calculated to allure. A blonde-haired beauty with captivating blue eyes sidled up to Thorian, offering a plate of grapes. Monster King, allow this humble servant to attend to you. Should I play the fool here? No, I am with my men, I need to keep some level of dignity. Thorian, ever mindful of his image in front of his men, decided against indulging in the temptation. My men will appreciate your company more, he said, directing her towards Forlun, whose laughter rang out at the sight. As Zogarth, Forlun, and Eldarum reveled in the feast, Thorian remained vigilant, his gaze subtly sweeping across the room. He noted the varying expressions of the foot soldiers, some laced with fear and apprehension, others marred by disdain. Yet, Thorian's interest lay not in their sentiments, but in gauging their strength. Utilizing his elemental sight, he assessed the power levels of those around him. Ragnar and Soren, whom they had encountered earlier, were the strongest in the room, but even their robust mana paled in comparison to Zogarth's or even the pre-evolution Forlun. They're on par with Ventus. Impressive for mere humans, he mused silently. A handful of others also possessed above-average mana, akin to a kobold post-first advancement. The rest, however, were inconsequential in terms of power. As expected, this organization's strength is top-heavy. This imbalance likely stems from the rewards of the Soul Reaver quest, Thorian deduced. Engrossed in his analysis, Thorian's attention shifted as a young girl approached him, her voice a hushed whisper. The Queen requests your presence in private. The Queen, huh? Thorian's contemplative gaze lingered on the young girl as he nodded in agreement. Certainly, he replied with a casual air. Rising from his seat, he gave Forlun a playful tap on the shoulder, his chuckle mingling with the mirth of the feast. Don't enjoy yourself too much, he advised with a smile, then followed the girl toward the secluded chamber. Crossing the threshold, Thorian was immediately struck by the opulence surrounding him. The room was a testament to luxury, with plush carpets underfoot and silk curtains draping elegantly from every corner. The walls were adorned with large, intricate paintings, each telling a story of grandeur. Amidst this splendor, vases and art pieces claimed their own spaces, exuding an air of wealth and finesse. Extravagant indeed, Thorian thought, a wry smile playing on his lips. Though in fairness, my own past life wasn't devoid of such luxury. He navigated through the silk curtains, each swathe revealing more of the lavish interior, until he finally saw Nalia. She sat at a small table, poised and waiting, her demeanor as commanding as her surroundings. Why don't you join me for some tea? She offered with a smile. Thorian's response to Nalia's tea invitation was laced with casual indifference. Wine suits me better, he replied, effortlessly picking up a goblet and filling it with the rich liquid from a nearby decanter. As he settled across from her, his smile was polite yet insincere, a mask for the undercurrent of tension between them. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Nalia, unfazed by his directness, returned his smile. There's no need to rush, dear Monster King, she said, her voice smooth. With a soft exhale, she leaned forward slightly. I've been curious about your nature. It's intriguing to see a domain, typically human, thriving under monster rule. Your subjects not only speak, but also possess formidable strength. Thorian raised an eyebrow, feigning disinterest as he sipped his wine. And your point is? Her chuckle was light, almost playful. I had a peculiar notion. Imagine if a human, already versed in our world's systems and perhaps experienced, were to reincarnate in a monster's body. That would explain all these anomalies, don't you think? Thorian's reaction was immediate, a chuckle that crescendoed into full laughter. Amusing theory, he said, amusement clear in his tone. But it seems you've been overly influenced by human legends. Reincarnation? That's a fanciful stretch, even for a tale. Nalia's demeanor shifted, her patience waning as she dismissed the facade of pleasantries. Let's not play this game, she said, her eyes rolling slightly. The letter I sent you was written in a language only known to humans, and yet, here you are. Thorian's gaze momentarily hardened, a flash of coldness passing through his eyes. He quickly masked it with a laugh and an exaggerated clap. Bravo, what an astute observation, he said, his laughter tapering off into a look of casual indifference. So, what's your plan now, Grand Detective? Nalia's smile widened as she rose from her chair with an elegant poise. You see, I, too, have traveled back in time, she revealed, stepping closer to Thorian. We are alike, you and I, chosen ones, outliers in the fabric of time. As she reached out, placing her hand gently on Thorian's left cheek, her smile held a tinge of madness. Imagine the possibilities if we combined our strengths. If it's the two of us, we could dominate this world. I could make you its king. The words hung in the air, thick with absurdity. I could make you its king. Thorian struggled to stifle a laugh. This girl is utterly mad, he thought. Thorian's voice dripped with scorn as he tilted his head slightly to the right. Join forces with you? After your relentless assaults on my village? Your hands are still stained with the blood of my people, your prison filled with those loyal to me. Nalia shrugged nonchalantly. They're nothing but monsters, she said dismissively. Surely, you, having been human your entire life, haven't grown fond of them in these mere days. Thorian's response was silent, but his gaze was a piercing blade, slicing through her facade. His expression was a mask of icy resolve, a predator ready to pounce. Nalia's smile didn't waver. How intimidating, she quipped, her eyes dancing with amusement. It's unfortunate that we're at odds. I do believe, in time, you'll come to understand my perspective. Thorian's eyes rolled in exasperation. If this is all you have to say, I'm leaving. He rose from his seat, but Nalia's words halted him. Wait, Monster King. Don't be so hasty. We might not align entirely, but there's a proposition I'd like to make, she said, her tone shifting to one of business. With an exasperated sigh, Thorian gestured for her to continue. What is it you want? Settling back into her chair, Nalia took a leisurely sip of her tea, her eyes never leaving his. I want access to the dungeons hidden within the forest, for myself and all my men. At this proposal, Thorian's expression froze before he looked down in thought. If she wants access to the dungeons, I can let her have it. With Elderum's ability, I can keep track of her power and progress. Very well, I can grant you safe passage, Thorian said, his voice even. But in return, I demand the release of my men and unimpeded access to the abyss in Loxley's heart. Nalia's chuckle was light, yet carried an edge. I can agree to the second term, but your men remain with me. Without them as leverage, you might seize any opportunity to ambush my forces in your forests. Thorian's response was a quiet one. He casually crossed his legs, taking a leisurely gulp of his wine. No agreement, then. Our war endures. Do you truly hold such regard for those creatures? Nalia probed, her eyes locked onto Thorian's, a mischievous glint playing across her face. You must realize that a war against me would be protracted and bloody. The toll would be immense. You're not ignorant of that fact. I'm well suited for war, Thorian replied with a nonchalant shrug, his gaze wandering across the room. The ceiling, a simple fusion of earth, metal, and timber, didn't escape his notice. In fact, I've just considered an alternative. What if I were to demolish this entire place? I'd likely survive, possibly you as well. But your men? Their fate would be less certain. Nalia laughed, seemingly amused by the idea. Unlike you, I'm not particularly attached to my men. Their loss wouldn't affect me deeply. But you value them enough not to squander them in such a frivolous way, Thorian countered sharply. Consider the time and effort required to recruit and train new followers. That certainly would be inconvenient. That would indeed be bothersome, Nalia mused, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. So, you wish for the freedom of your beasts? I can comply with that request, under one condition. Speak, Thorian motioned for her to elaborate. Nalia's expression turned serious, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. I propose we synchronize our movements. When my men and I venture into your forest to clear the dungeons, you will be here in Loxley, challenging the abyss. By keeping each other in sight, we eliminate the possibility of ambushes. Thorian applauded softly, a wry smile on his lips. Clever. It's remarkable how quickly solutions are found when one truly seeks them. As he refilled his cup from the decanter, Thorian's tone grew colder. We'll reconvene at noon. That's when I'll enter the abyss, and also when I expect my men to be returned. He downed the wine in one swift gulp. And a word of caution, if I find so much as a scratch on them, I'll exact an immediate and equal retribution. Nalia's laughter rang out. Terrifying, Monster King. But fear not, I have ways to handle elusive foes without resorting to violence. I have no doubt, Thorian said, tapping the table sharply as he stood. Our agreement is sealed, then. I'll take my leave. He finished the last of the wine, setting the goblet down beside Nalia with a finality. And the wine was appreciated. Without another word, Thorian exited Nalia's chamber. His comrades, seated at a nearby table, all turned their gazes toward him, awaiting his command. With a simple nod, he signaled it was time to depart. Forlun, with a dismissive shove, sent the serving girl away and stood. About time. The stench of humans was becoming unbearable. I would not go that far, but sitting amongst foes has certainly not been most comfortable, Eldarum chimed softly, joining Thorian with Zogarth. The group left the room without acknowledging the human audience. In the corridor, Zogarth queried Thorian, My lord, what transpired in your discussion with the human? I have secured the release of Alacritas and his men, as well as a safe path for us to the abyss, Thorian disclosed, his fire manipulation casting a warm glow along their path. The abyss, my lord? Zogarth's brow creased in bewilderment. What exactly is that? Thorian's voice carried a hint of intrigue as he explained. Beneath Loxley lies a portal to this structure. Think of it akin to a dungeon, yet distinct in a significant aspect. It comprises a staggering 100 layers. 100? Forlun's initial shock gave way to amusement. That indeed makes it an abyss in the truest sense. Zogarth's curiosity was piqued. Does it offer rewards like the dungeons, my lord? The rewards differ in notable ways, Thorian clarified. The abyss doesn't yield items, skills, or recipes. Its treasures are arcane coins and, most importantly, experience points. For beings of our caliber, it's an expedited route to level advancement. Zogarth's admiration for Thorian was evident. Your knowledge truly impressed me, my lord. Accumulating experience points is precisely what we need for our evolution and to attain our second advancement. Thorian's expression hardened with resolve. And with our newfound strength, we will confront the sanctuary and reclaim Amelia's tear, he said, a vision of Nox flashing through his mind. But my lord, Eldarum interjected, a note of caution in his voice, every negotiation has its cost. What did she demand in return? Thorian's answer was succinct. She requested access to our 2 dungeons. Eldarum's eyebrow arched in skepticism. Is that the full extent of her demands, my lord? She likely believes that by accessing our forests, she can better assess our capabilities, Thorian surmised, locking eyes with Eldarum. However, this also provides us an opportunity to monitor her movements, especially with your unique abilities. You've anticipated every eventuality, my lord, Eldarum said with a chuckle of admiration. Zogarth's brow furrowed in confusion. Forgive my lack of understanding, my lord, but I do not follow. I gave up on that long ago, Forlun shrugged, indicating his own perplexity. Thorian exhaled softly. Now is not the time for lengthy explanations, we are still in the middle of enemy territory. All will be made clear once we return to the village. The group continued in silence, navigating the corridors. Emerging from the trapdoor, Thorian activated his predator gaze and elemental sight, scrutinizing their surroundings for any hint of magical presence. Satisfied with the absence of any mana traces, he turned to Eldarum. Now, tell me truthfully, how does her strength compare to mine? Eldarum paused, collecting his thoughts, before responding. My lord, your power is unparalleled, a force to be reckoned with. He met Thorian's gaze, a hint of concern in his expression. However, the sheer magnitude of her dark powers is overwhelming. In certain conditions, her abilities might even surpass yours. Hearing Eldarum's proclamation, a wave of bitterness washed over Thorian. Even with his diligent efforts, the reality that threats still loomed was a hard truth to accept. So, despite all my hard work and amassed knowledge, there are still people who can pose a threat to me. A truly hard pill to swallow, he thought. That cannot be, Zogarth exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at Eldarum's assertion. Our king has always been the epitome of strength, growing mightier with each passing day. How is it possible for her to surpass him? And how could you come to know of this? I possess a unique ability, Eldarum replied with a calm certainty, an ability our lord is aware of and can attest to. We remain in the heart of enemy territory, Thorian interjected, swiftly regaining his composure. Let's avoid divulging sensitive information that might fall into the wrong ears. Zogarth, though visibly unconvinced, gave a reluctant nod. As you command, my lord. Meanwhile, Forlun, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, was merely muttering to himself. It seems he has taken the lesson from our last encounter to heart. Thorian mused, his silence might be overdone, yet it's preferable to letting him speak his mind unbridled. Finding the right balance between politeness and frankness doesn't come easily to him. With this, the group continued their journey back to the village. As they crossed through the wooden gates, Thorian addressed his comrades with an air of urgency. We must convene an emergency council meeting immediately. No matter their current engagements, bring my advisors to the village hall without delay. Our forthcoming decisions are critical, there is zero room for error. Right away, my lord, Zogarth responded with a respectful nod. Forlun, however, furrowed his brows in contemplation before raising a pertinent question. But what if they are engaged in their cultivation practices? Thorian, momentarily taken aback by a scenario he hadn't considered, raised an eyebrow in response. In that case, let them be. Their initiation into cultivation is still in its nascent stages, and any disturbance could lead to chi deviation, a fatal mishap where they could literally cough up blood and die on the spot. A shade of pallor washed over their faces upon hearing this. Cultivation is indeed a precarious journey, Eldarum remarked, a hint of apprehension in his voice. We must establish clear guidelines to avert such dire consequences in the future. You speak the truth, Thorian agreed, his tone serious. However, for now, our priority remains gathering as many council members as possible at the village hall, without disrupting the cultivators. With their tasks delineated, the trio split up, each heading in a different direction to fulfill their mission. Meanwhile, Thorian made his way to the Magus Guild, diligently accepting his daily class quests. After completing this routine, he proceeded to the village hall, registering his normal quests before ascending to the meeting room. Seated alone at the table, Thorian seized this solitary moment to refine his elemental mana control. As a lord, he understood the value of time. Indulging in worry was a luxury he could not afford. Every moment was an opportunity for improvement, a chance to sharpen his skills and fortify his domain. With a focused determination, Thorian engaged in simultaneous elemental manipulation. On his right index finger, he carefully conjured a minuscule fireball, its tiny flame flickering with controlled intensity. On his left, he balanced the equation with water, forming a small, perfectly spherical orb of water on his left index finger. Inhaling deeply, Thorian ventured into uncharted territory. He turned his attention to his right middle finger, willing a second, albeit feeble and unstable flame into existence. Despite its fragility, his concentration remained steadfast. But as the nascent fireball took shape, Thorian's mental exertion reached its zenith, causing all his spells to dissipate simultaneously. So this is my current threshold, Thorian reflected, exhaling slowly. The journey of progress is indeed arduous and unrelenting. Patience is key. His contemplation was interrupted by a commotion outside the room. Composing himself with a deep breath, Thorian swiftly resumed his customary, regal demeanor just as the council members entered. Remarkable, everyone is here, he observed internally. My lord, your safe return is a great relief, Lapis expressed, his eyes conveying sincere concern. We were genuinely worried about you. Thank you, Lapis, Thorian replied with a warm smile, gesturing towards the table. Now, please, everyone be seated. Obedient to their lord's command, the council members took their seats, anticipation hanging in the air. Before delving into the details of my encounter with our adversaries, I must first explain why I specifically chose Elderum for this mission, Thorian began, his voice carrying an air of gravitas. At his words, the attention of everyone in the room shifted towards Elderum, their interest piqued. The council members had been harboring a keen curiosity about what distinguished Elderum ever since Thorian's previous endorsement. Elderum, please explain to us your unique abilities. With a respectful bow, Elderum acquiesced. Beyond my known capabilities in curses and healing spells, I possess a gift bestowed upon me as a disciple of the great goddess Shura. As he spoke, Elderum's eyes glimmered with a golden radiance. This gift is known as the Eyes of Identification. It allows me to see beyond the veil of mere appearances, revealing the underlying truth of things. Remarkably, it can even glimpse a part of the display panel of those I observe. Zogarth murmured in awe. To imagine such an ability exists. The room was filled with a collective astonishment, except for Ur and Jarvis, the two elders who already knew of their fellow tribe leader's prowess. Aqua, with a chuckle that blended admiration and cunning, commented, "My lord, your foresight is unparalleled. Utilizing this crisis to extract crucial information from our foes, I am amazed." Ventus, struck by a sudden realization, exclaimed, "So that's the reason." His gaze shifted to Thorian, a knowing smile on his lips. "King, you should have shared this with us. I wouldn't have been so mad had I known." Aqua, visibly irked, retorted to Ventus, "And who are you to feel entitled to anger towards our lord?" Forlun promptly intervened, his voice cutting through the brewing disagreement. "Silence, everyone. This is a crucial meeting, not a venue for your never-ending squabbles." Even though Ventus clicked his tongue in annoyance, Forlun's words effectively restored order, sparing Thorian the need to intercede. The celestial kobold champion's earnest expression, marked by a rare seriousness, prompted a smile from Thorian. He's maturing into an exemplary general. His progress fills me with pride. To address the issue concerning the lady in green, we'll delve into that later, Thorian interjected, a strategic cough reclaiming the council's focus. Firstly, let me apprise you of the pact we've forged with them. As Thorian detailed the series of events during the encounter, the room was engulfed in a hushed attention. The council members' reactions varied, but all maintained a respectful silence. Thorian narrated the roles of Ragnar and Soren, the vulnerability of the enemy foot soldiers, and the opulence of their meals. He delved into the intricacies of his private discussion with Nalia, ensuring no detail was spared. So, they seek access to our dungeons in exchange for the abyss, promising a wealth of experience points that we desperately need, Vivax surmised, deep in contemplation. And considering they're also offering to release Alacritas and the others, it appears this deal is significantly in our favor. That may seem so at first glance, Aqua interjected with caution. But remember, this is the same woman who fiercely attacked our village and then coldly sacrificed thousands of her own men to enhance her quest rewards. Trusting her words blindly would be folly. She may still harbor plans to entrap us. You're correct to be wary of her intentions, Thorian agreed solemnly. Yet, the primary motive behind my agreement was not the passage to the abyss. It was solely to secure the safe return of my men. In the wake of Thorian's declaration, a profound silence enveloped the room. The depth of his commitment to Alacritas and his team, evident in his words, resonated deeply with everyone present, underscoring the gravity of their leader's decision. Aqua's smile was tinged with admiration and respect. My king, your judgment and compassion are commendable. Even if we set aside the considerations of her motives or our safe passage, the outcome remains favorable. Securing Alacritas' return is an indisputable gain from this negotiation, one that cannot be undone. Ventus, his curiosity piqued, leaned forward. So, do we plan to preemptively strike her before she can execute any treacherous plans against us? Thorian, his voice low and contemplative, weighed in. A direct ambush might be imprudent, given her formidable capabilities. He then turned his gaze to Elder. Elder, this would be an opportune moment to share your insights. What did your eyes of identification reveal about her powers? At Thorian's pronouncement, all eyes turned back to Elder. The elder responded with a knowing smile. Firstly, although I couldn't discern her class, she has achieved first advancement and stands at level 7. Her base stats are thus, strength at 30, agility at 70, constitution at 25, and mana at a formidable 100. She is weak. Ventus interjected with a dismissive sneer, scanning the room with an air of disbelief. Is this the person we fear? I could incinerate her bones with a single spell. Silence, Forloon's voice rumbled, curt and commanding. Allow the elder to finish. Elder nodded in agreement, his expression turning solemn. Her level and stats may not seem extraordinary, particularly in comparison to ours, with our dual advancement in class and species. However, it's her unique skills that pose a significant challenge. Thorian's brow creased in intense focus, keen to unravel the enigma of the woman who had been a persistent thorn in his side. Every detail was crucial. The first of her abilities is known as Necronable Appointment, Elder continued. It grants substantial power and skills to a select few, even evolving the class of its recipients to something far rarer. Zogarth chimed in thoughtfully, she must have used this on the 2 men we initially encountered. That explains their unwarranted confidence in our presence. Meanwhile, Thorian mulled over this new information. Appointment? Interesting. It bears a striking resemblance to my elemental appointment. The parallels are almost eerie. Elderum's voice carried a grave tone as he unveiled the second skill. The next ability of significance is Great Undead Summoning. She can conjure an entire legion of undead by summoning the souls she has ensnared. That's a formidable power, Aqua mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. But how many souls does she command? Elderum's voice wavered with a mix of fear and revulsion as he spoke. Her ring is the key, a damnable vessel holding thousands of tormented souls, their screams so harrowing, so filled with agony. A somber silence engulfed the council at his words, a collective sense of anger and repulsion palpable in the air. The soul's cries are to be expected, Vigil said, his voice tinged with sorrow. Her actions defy the very laws of nature. The magnitude of souls she has trapped, it's an unfathomable transgression. The Lord was wise to avoid direct confrontation, Lapis remarked, his voice measured and calm. Facing an army of 1,000 undead, it's hard to imagine anyone overcoming or evading such a force. The council members nodded in agreement, visibly shaken by the revelation of their adversary's might, while Forlun merely grunted in response. "No, our lord's strength is unparalleled," Eldarum countered, a confident smile breaking through. "Were it solely this skill, I have no doubt he would shatter her undead ranks with his overwhelming power and diverse techniques." Forlun raised an eyebrow, his deep voice resonating with inquiry. "Yet, you suggest she's stronger, still. Does she possess another, even more dreadful skill?" At this, all eyes returned to Eldarum, a mix of shock, confusion, and a desperate hope that he might allay Forlun's concerns and dispel the looming shadow of an even greater threat. Eldarum's admission was laced with palpable fear. "Indeed, you are right. Her most fearsome ability is Grand Soul Festival. It enables her to absorb the souls she's captured, briefly harnessing a fragment of their powers. Regrettably, I couldn't discern the duration of this effect." The room was enveloped in a heavy silence, broken only by Aqua's question. If she were to use all the souls she controls simultaneously, what level of strength would she attain? Eldarum's voice trembled with dread as he spoke, each word heavy with the weight of his fear. For the duration of that power, her stats would surge beyond the 400-point mark. She would become an unparalleled entity in our world. As expected, the rewards for the Soul Reaver quest are truly beyond belief, Thorian, deep in contemplation, sighed inwardly. And this is doubly true when considering the manner with which she completed it. The council sat in stunned silence, unable to process the enormity of what they had just heard. The only sound that pierced the quiet was Ventus's audible gulp. Finally, Zogarth found his voice, albeit shaky. "Are those figures accurate? Can we trust your assessment?" "I am certain of my calculations," Eldarum affirmed, his gaze shifting towards Thorian with a complex mix of respect and concern. "My lord, it was only upon witnessing that skill that I entertained the notion of her surpassing you. Under any other circumstance, your supremacy remains unchallenged." "So, she can essentially become a deity for a brief span," Forlun muttered, his voice heavy with concern. "She could annihilate any opposition, with her only constraint being the duration of this power." The council was left speechless, the sheer magnitude of such power rendering them mute. They could only nod in agreement, recognizing the terrifying reality of the situation. Yet Aqua, deep in contemplation, suddenly looked up, a spark of realization in his eyes. Turning to Thorian, he said, "My lord, though the situation appears dire, there is a strategy we might employ." All eyes swiftly turned to Aqua, a flicker of hope dawning in their expressions. Thorian gestured for him to continue. "Go on." Aqua, now speaking with a newfound confidence, began, "Her transformation into this godlike state has two vulnerabilities. Firstly, the time limit, she can't maintain that form indefinitely. Once it lapses, she reverts to her normal, vulnerable self. Secondly, it's a one-off use. The majority of souls in her ring likely originated from the brainwashed humans we defeated earlier. Replenishing such a stock would be a monumental task." His voice grew more animated as he continued, "If we can provoke her into using this skill and then outlast its duration, we can strike her down in her weakened state." Thorian chuckled, a hint of admiration in his tone. "You propose a ruthless tactic, suggesting we sacrifice some of our own as bait." "My lord, please forgive my forwardness," Zogarth interjected, "but such a sacrifice would be a matter of great honor for our fighters. A small price to pay to eliminate a foe of this magnitude." The council's silence spoke volumes, their collective agreement with Zogarth's statement evident. They understood the stakes. This was beyond the sacrifice of a few warriors, it was about the survival of their entire community. Observing the council's resolve, Thorian sighed deeply. "I am not blind to the necessity of sacrifice, but in this instance, it's a futile gesture. Our adversary is acutely aware of her vulnerabilities and would only resort to that skill when absolutely necessary." He scanned the room, then added, "Besides myself, Forlun, or Harold, there's no one capable of compelling her to such extremes. Her great undead summoning alone could decimate our strongest warriors." And for those like Zogarth, she could simply use her skill as a means to escape. Thorian's logic was irrefutable, leaving the council in a state of frustrated powerlessness, their brief spark of hope extinguished. Forlun broke the ensuing silence, a bold grin on his face. I would face her in battle. To fall fighting a godlike foe would be an honor beyond compare. My sacrifice could elevate our kingdom to unprecedented glory. Do not be so hasty to forfeit your life, Thorian interjected with a stern look. Besides, I have already formulated a strategy to confront her. You have a plan, my lord? Vigil's eyes widened, a glimmer of hope returning. Thorian responded with a confident grin. Just listen. Right now, we're at our weakest while she is at her strongest. However, once we advance our classes, we will gain ultimate skills that will bolster our powers manifold. As long as we strike before she is also able to reach her second advancement, we would have the advantage. As Thorian laid out his plan, a collective sense of purpose illuminated the faces of those present. The tension that had gripped the room began to dissipate, replaced by a focused resolve and a clear path forward. Aqua nodded, his face brightening with admiration. That is truly a masterful timing for an attack, my lord. Thorian, however, waved off the compliment, turning his attention back to Eldarum. That aside, have you identified any other skills, or is that the extent of it? Eldarum responded with a solemn nod. There is one more ability worth mentioning, my lord. It's called Eyes of Deception. When activated, her eyes shimmer with an ocean blue hue, similar to mine but with a different color. Anyone who meets her gaze experiences a warped sense of time and becomes susceptible to her words. A weak mind might even succumb to complete brainwashing. Forlun chuckled, a hint of irony in his voice. So, that explains how she amassed such a vast human force against us. As Forlun spoke, Vigil gazed at Thorian, concern evident in his expression. My lord, during your private encounters with her, did she attempt to use this skill on you? Thorian responded with a firm shake of his head. No, she didn't. Her eyes remained unchanged, and her mana levels were consistent. I experienced none of the effects described. Zogarth chimed in, analyzing the situation. She probably feared that her skill would be ineffective against you, my lord. She's aware that an outright war would not be in her favor. Despite possessing such a formidable skill, she's likely reluctant to use it due to the vulnerability it would expose her to afterward. Thorian shrugged nonchalantly. That's a possibility. He then stood up, signaling the end of the meeting. We've covered everything necessary for now. Let's attend to our respective duties and reconvene here at noon. As the meeting dispersed, Thorian made his way to the cultivation hall. There, amidst the tranquil silence, he devoted himself to his meditation ritual. The session, a harmonious blend of mind and spirit, spanned 2.5 hours. Completing his practice, Thorian assessed his progress with a sense of quiet satisfaction. Cultivation Realm Chi gathering 6th stage, 65.3%. Not bad, especially without the elixir, he mused. Thorian had deliberately chosen to forego the Thunder's Boon elixir today. Despite its potent benefits, the elixir came with severe side effects. Using it more frequently than once a week transformed it from a powerful aid into a virulent poison, leaving its consumer bedridden for a day. After the session, Thorian meticulously cleaned the wooden tub he'd used, as well as his body, ridding himself of the day's grime. Feeling refreshed, he then set his sights on the dungeons. The verdant labyrinth awaited him, its first 3 layers now mere child's play. Thorian dashed through them with astounding speed, each step a testament to his evolved abilities. In the aftermath of both his and Harold's evolution, it had become clear that their combined might was overkill. Thus, they had amicably decided to lead separate teams, each spearheading their group to swift victories. Next on his agenda was the Thunderous Citadel. The pattern of his conquest there mirrored his earlier triumphs. He breezed through the initial 2 layers, each victory marking his growth in both class and species. Level up. Level up. Display panel. Ding. Race Elemental Lord Kobold. Level 345, EXP, 12432/26000. Class Elemental Magus. Level 2940, EXP, 5734/27000. Lifespan 70 years. Cultivation Realm Chi Gathering 6th Stage, 65.3%. Stats. Strength 137. Agility 151. Constitution 128. Mana 164. Chi 150. Free points 5. Thorian, perched atop Herald, contemplated his journey back to the village. His gaze lingered on the glowing status window that floated before him. Just 11 more levels to go, he thought, a mix of anticipation and resolve coloring his thoughts. He knew that reaching the maximum level was just one part of his quest. But leveling up isn't enough. I need to master all 4 first advancement skills to progress my class. The challenges of skill proficiency weighed on his mind. Thorian summoned his status panel, his focus zeroing in on the 2 skills he had been tirelessly honing over the past 2 days. Water Prison. Description: this advanced skill conjures a sphere of water around a targeted enemy, trapping them inside. The water prison restricts movement and breathing, causing continuous water damage over time. The skill requires concentration to maintain. Proficiency 65.4%. Earth Spikes. Description: this potent ability allows the mage to summon sharp, jagged spikes of rock from the ground at a targeted area. The spikes impale enemies, causing significant earth damage and potentially immobilizing them momentarily. The spikes retract into the ground shortly after emerging. Proficiency 65.4%. Thorian reflected on his recent progress with a sense of accomplishment. Not bad growth at all, he mused. A significant portion of his skill proficiency had surged, thanks largely to the rewards from the ranking exam. Yet, it was his own dedication over the past 2 days that had truly bolstered his abilities. In another 2 days, I should be able to maximize them, he thought confidently. Mastering these first advancement skills was crucial. It wasn't just about meeting the prerequisites to advance in his Elemental Magus class, it was also about unlocking the potential to create new skills through his elemental synergy technique. The thought of the unparalleled versatility he would gain was exhilarating. However, Thorian's thoughts were tinged with unease. Elderum's revelation of Nalia's formidable ability had unsettled him. But as he contemplated his own rapid advancement, Thorian reassured himself. Focusing on his personal growth, outpacing others, was his path to dispelling worries. Harold's voice, tinged with concern, broke his train of thought. "You've been looking worried today," observed the creature. "Is it because of that green woman?" Thorian sighed, acknowledging the complexity of dealing with Nalia's Grand Soul Festival skill. "It's a challenging ability to counter," he admitted. "But thankfully, she can't use it at will. And the opportune moment to confront her is fast approaching." "It can't come soon enough," Harold grumbled, his voice a low rumble of discontent. "Her erratic nature is one thing, but her ability to ascend to godhood at will makes her a threat that we must neutralize swiftly. As long as she breathes, your peace is but a fleeting illusion." Thorian's response was tinged with a steely resolve, his eyes reflecting a chilling determination. "I'm well aware," he said. "And her end is nearer than anyone might anticipate." Harold's chuckle, a deep, earthy sound, echoed his sentiment. "If that's the case, then my worries are eased." "I trust your judgment, Thorian." As Harold's voice faded, the imposing walls of Wolvendale came into view, crowning the hill they were ascending. Thorian glanced upwards, noting the 2 suns nearing their zenith. Time to act, he thought. Without delay, Thorian turned in his completed quests, then swiftly gathered his main party for their venture to Loxley. Mounted on his imposing direwolf steed, he cautioned them with a stern tone, "Be ready for anything." "We are always prepared, my lord," Zogarth replied, his grip tightening around the hilt of his battle axe. What's the plan after the meeting, King? Inquired Forlun, riding alongside Thorian. We'll adapt as needed, Thorian replied, his gaze unwavering. But remember, our knowledge gives us the upper hand. Our telepathic link with our dire wolves will allow us to exchange information far more rapidly than they can. Should our dire wolves escort them through the forest on their way to the dungeon? Aqua suggested from behind, his voice laced with strategy. We could monitor their movements and actions closely. He then turned his attention to Eldarum and issued his command. I also want you to utilize your abilities to assess the condition of Alacritas and his men. I hope they have not encountered any misfortune, but we must exercise caution with this adversary. Do not fret, my lord, Eldarum assured him. I am fully capable of detecting any signs of brainwashing. Should their mental states have been compromised, fear not. My expertise is formidable, and restoring them to their original state is well within my capabilities. Thank you, Eldarum, Thorian said, his expression softening into a smile. You are certainly reliable. With a clear plan etched in their minds, the party hastened toward Loxley. As they emerged from the forest, they found themselves at the western gates, where Nalia and her band of bandits awaited, a tense standoff brewing under the midday suns. Nalia's voice carried a tone of mock respect as she addressed Thorian. You're quite punctual, Monster King, she said, her smile wide but insincere. Her every step towards Thorian was a study in grace and arrogance, her confidence stemming from her perceived invincibility. Monster King is rather cumbersome, don't you think? What's your real name? She asked, her laughter light but edged with condescension. I'm Nalia. Thorian, dismounting Harold with a calm demeanor, introduced himself. I am Thorian. Now, where are my men? Without looking back, Nalia gestured dismissively to her bandits. Bring out the prisoners, she commanded. 2 bandits stepped forward, dragging the unconscious bodies of 5 evolved kobolds, among them Alacritas and his team, bound by thick, heavy chains. Thorian's jaw clenched at the sight, and Harold let out a low growl. It was a Herculean effort for Thorian to contain his fury and not launch an immediate attack on Nalia and her cohorts. Release them, Thorian demanded, his voice brooking no argument. Nalia, with an unflappable smile, nonchalantly agreed. Sure. She then instructed her men, uncuff the prisoners. The bandits quickly complied, freeing the kobolds. Thorian, without a word, signaled his team. Forlun, Zogarth, and Aqua immediately understood and moved to assist Alacritas and his group, bringing them back to their own ranks. Nalia's attention returned to Thorian. I have upheld my part of the deal, she stated expectantly. I trust you will do the same. Thorian's reply was succinct and firm. I am a man of my word. My men will escort you to the dungeons. In turn, I expect your people will guide us to the abyss. Nalia's laughter was light, yet it carried an underlying sharpness. Straight to the point, indeed. I appreciate that, she said, then pivoted to address her subordinate. Hayden, be a dear and guide these fine gentlemen to the abyss, will you? Hayden, a man in his 20s, visibly paled at the command. His face drained of color, and a look of profound terror overtook his eyes. Nalia's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on him. Hayden, she said, her voice cold and her eyes glowing with a chilling blue, you will follow my orders, won't you? Paralyzed with fear, Hayden could barely manage a nod. Everything for my queen, he murmured. Satisfied, Nalia's smile reappeared. She turned back to Thorian. I trust your journey into the abyss will be to your satisfaction. Thorian, his tone a mix of politeness and frost, responded, and may you find our dungeons to your liking. He then turned to Eldarum. Elder, see to it that these guests are escorted to the dungeons, along with Kadar. As you wish, my lord, Eldarum replied, bowing slightly in respect. Thorian's attention shifted to Kryman. Ensure Alacritas and his team are safely returned. Have a priest attend to them immediately. Immediately, my lord, Kryman responded, promptly lifting the unconscious bodies onto his dire wolf. With his orders set in motion, Thorian faced Nalia once more. Then, we shall take our leave. Nalia's nod was the silent signal for Thorian and his party to proceed. With a composed exterior, Thorian led the way, Forlun and the others closely following. Left behind were Eldarum, Kadar, and the dire wolves of Aqua and Ventus. Internally, Thorian gave a mental nod of appreciation for Aqua's perceptiveness. A good call on his part, he thought. It would have raised suspicion if I had directly suggested leaving his direwolf for surveillance in Nalia's presence. Moving swiftly, the group trailed Hayden through the streets of Loxley. The city, once ravaged by monsters, now stood silent, its walls restored by the fortress system. The debris was cleared, yet an eerie emptiness pervaded, with no soul in sight. Nalia's influence, no doubt. She has connections with the strong hearts, Thorian deduced. Not dwelling too much on this speculation, Thorian kept pace as they arrived at a nondescript building. Inside, they navigated a series of rooms until Hayden revealed a hidden trapdoor. It opened to a tunnel leading into Loxley's extensive underground network. This network. Nalia has woven an intricate web beneath the city, undetected and vast, Thorian observed, impressed despite himself. After a 30-minute march through the shadowed tunnels, they arrived at their destination. Entering a dimly lit room, they were confronted with a portal, akin to those encountered at dungeon exits. "This is the entrance to the abyss," Hayden announced, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and awe. Finally, Forlun announced, his voice laced with a mix of weariness and anticipation as he stretched, the sound of his neck cracking punctuating the air. He eyed the portal with a steely gaze. "This abyss we've heard so much about, it's time we see for ourselves what lies within." "Wait," Thorian interjected, his tone firm yet measured, signaling a caution that halted Forlun in his tracks. "Like the dungeons we've traversed, the abyss demands a team effort. Specifically, a 5-man team." Turning to address the rest of their party, Thorian's voice carried a sense of authority and unspoken understanding. "I will lead the main team alongside Forlun, Zogarth, Aqua, and Vigil. The rest of you will form the secondary team." "Understood, my lord," Zogarth responded with a respectful nod, his voice a deep rumble that seemed to echo his unwavering loyalty. Before making their move towards the abyss, Thorian approached Harold with a solemn expression. "Regrettably, the abyss does not permit companions. They are counted as full party members. Can you make your own party with the direwolves?" Harold's response came through a telepathic connection, clear and resonant in Thorian's mind. "That is acceptable. My duty is to my pack, as yours is to your party." With a nod and a smile that spoke of mutual respect, Thorian gestured to his chosen team. They gathered, forming a circle and joining hands in a symbol of unity and strength. As they stepped towards the portal, a shimmering notification materialized before them. "The abyss welcomes those who dare to challenge its depths. You will be teleported to the first floor of the abyss. Do you accept?" Thorian's mind echoed with firm resolve. "Yes, I do." The world around him seemed to warp and twist, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling around him, the voices of his teammates fading into an indistinct hum. In a mere heartbeat, the disorienting journey ended, and he stood in a verdant field, the grass brushing against his knees, bathed in the warm glow of an overhead sun. Forlun's voice, tinged with a hint of annoyance yet filled with curiosity, broke the serene silence. "Just where have we ended up now?" "We've been transported elsewhere," Aqua said, his voice calm and analytical. "It's akin to the dungeons we've encountered." As they conversed, a new notification shimmered into existence before them, its letters bold against the backdrop of the green field. "Welcome to the first floor of the abyss. To clear this floor, complete the floor quest." Floor quest. Description: eliminate all the attacking goblins. Rewards: 500 experience points. 250 arcane coins. Goblins? Forlun's eyebrow arched in mild surprise. And such modest rewards. Thorian exhaled softly, a hint of patience in his tone. "It's merely the first level. Let's use this as a chance to refine our skills." With a collective nod, the team steeled themselves as 3 groups of 5 goblins each materialized before them. To a less seasoned party, this might have posed a challenge. But for Thorian and his companions, it was hardly a threat. Aqua conjured a greater water ball, effortlessly wiping out an entire pack with a single spell. Thorian, meanwhile, skillfully alternated between water prison and earth spikes. His water technique ensnared and suffocated 2 goblins at a time, while his earth-based spell impaled another 3 or 4 simultaneously. In under 10 seconds, the duo had vanquished their foes. Floor quest cleared. Reward distributed. Do you wish to continue to the 2nd floor? Before answering, Thorian opened his status window, checking to confirm a suspicion he harbored. Display panel. Ding. Race Elemental Lord Kobold. Level 345, EXP, 13932/26000. Class Elemental Magus. Level 2940, EXP, 7234/27000. Thorian pondered the information displayed on his status window, his thoughts articulate and precise. As I suspected, the triple experience boost is applicable here as well, he mused internally. Moreover, the experience points are allocated to both my race and class, without dividing the total. Content with the validation of his theory, Thorian mentally affirmed his decision to the awaiting notification. Yes, we will continue. With that, the party rapidly advanced through the initial levels of the abyss. Each floor escalated in challenge and reward, the 2nd floor offering a base of 750 experience points, the 3rd escalating to 1,000, and the 4th further increasing to 1,250. Display panel. Ding. Race Elemental Lord Kobold. Level 345, EXP, 22932/26000. Class Elemental Magus. Level 2940, EXP, 16234/27000. Thorian reflected on their progress, his thoughts analytical yet tinged with satisfaction. Our growth is commendable, especially considering the most formidable adversary we've faced was a hobgoblin, he noted to himself. Focusing on water prison and earth spikes has paid off. Their proficiency is improving steadily. Turning away from the slain goblins and hobgoblins strewn around them, Thorian directed his attention to Vigil. How has your growth been? He inquired, his voice carrying a tone of genuine interest. I've leveled up both my class and race once already, my lord, Vigil reported with a sense of pride. Currently, my race is at level 29 and my class at 25. I anticipate leveling up both again after the next floor. Good, Thorian nodded approvingly, then shifted his focus to Zogarth and Aqua. And what of your progress? I am on the verge of evolving, my king, Aqua shared with a hint of excitement. It's the same for me, my lord, Zogarth echoed. Thorian's smile broadened at their responses. If we're all evolving together, we might delve deeper into the abyss than initially anticipated. He then regarded the notification that had emerged upon their completion of the 4th floor. Do you wish to continue to the 5th floor? Warning, the next floor contains a boss monster. Yes, we wish to continue. In an instant, the group was transported to the new floor. When their vision cleared, they found themselves on the outskirts of a forest, gazing upon a small tribal village. Floor quest. Description: eliminate the chief of the goblin village. Rewards: 2,000 experience points. 1,000 arcane coins. Is this an assassination mission, my king? Aqua queried. It is, Thorian confirmed. But our approach will be thorough. We shall eliminate everyone in the village before targeting the chief. As you command, my king, Aqua nodded, his resolve mirroring Thorian's unwavering determination. As they prepared for the assault, Thorian's mind was calculating, always a step ahead. The hidden quest for this floor isn't clear in my memory, but if we ensure no one is left standing, we should inadvertently fulfill it. With this strategic approach, the party surged towards the goblin village, its imposing wooden walls soon coming into view. Forlorn, his battle spirit igniting, cloaked himself in a radiant golden aura, the energy of solar power pulsating from him. He dashed forward, a blur of light and power, and with a thunderous war cry, he struck the village wall with his sword. Boom! The force of Forlun's attack tore through the wooden barrier, sending splinters and debris hurtling through the air with lethal velocity. A cloud of dust billowed, and the sound of collapsing wood and stone echoed. Goblins shrieked in terror and agony, some perishing instantly in the onslaught, others crushed beneath the rubble. Amidst the chaos, the more formidable hobgoblins regained their wits, preparing to defend, while the lesser goblins were gripped by panic. Thorian and Zogarth wasted no time joining Forlun at the breach. Zogarth, with his battle axe wreathed in a menacing red and black aura, charged into the left flank. His powerful strikes mowed down goblin after goblin, each swing of his axe bringing down multiple foes. Thorian, meanwhile, turned his attention to the right side of the village. His gaze pierced through the turmoil, noting the sheer terror in the eyes of the goblins and hobgoblins as they beheld their attackers. Amidst the chaos, his attention was drawn to a structure larger and more opulent than the others, its luxury marked by ornate fabrics. This building, he surmised, was likely significant, perhaps the dwelling of the chief they were tasked to eliminate. Thorian's keen insight quickly identified the building likely harboring the apprentice shaman. With a decisive plan taking shape, he invoked his powerful spell, Lord's Fury, Elemental Embodiment, Wind. Green mana and swirling winds encircled him, instilling fear in the goblins and hobgoblins who could only retreat a step before their fates were sealed. With a smooth, horizontal sweep of his Emberstrike cane, Thorian unleashed Greater Gale Slash. A fierce gust, sharp as any blade, swept through the horde. In a mere moment, the goblins that had faced Thorian with dread were now headless, their severed heads rolling on the ground, creating a macabre scene as blood soaked the earth. But Thorian's spell didn't stop there. It continued its relentless path, reaching the wooden building and cleaving it in two. Walking calmly through the aftermath, amid the blood and wreckage, Thorian discovered a remnant of purple fabric amidst the splinters. Pulling it free, he revealed the tattered remains of a purple robe, clinging to the bisected corpse of the apprentice shaman. That's one hidden quest accomplished, he thought. Surveying the village, he saw his companions were equally efficient. Aqua, with his ice barrage and greater water ball, was a maelstrom of destruction, freezing and drowning goblins in droves. Forlun and Zogarth moved like blurs, their lethal strikes claiming multiple goblins with each pass. In the rear, Vigil provided support, occasionally bestowing blessings on his comrades, his sighs reflecting a mix of boredom and frustration at his relative inaction. Suddenly, a distinct, shrill cry pierced the air. From the main building emerged a hobgoblin, slightly more formidable than his kin. Adorned in full armor and brandishing both a shield and sword, he stood out amidst the chaos. Observing the armored figure, Thorian assessed him coolly. He's likely of a hobgoblin chief's caliber, he deduced. Yet, even so, he's considerably inferior to the weakest of the goblin champions. Thorian's response was swift and decisive. With a mere utterance of his incantation, Fire Pillar, he unleashed his spell. The goblin chief, in the midst of his war cry, was instantaneously engulfed in a towering inferno. Flames consumed him before he could even react, silencing his screams and ending the battle as quickly as it had begun. Floor quest cleared. Notifications cascaded in front of Thorian, affirming their success and unexpected achievements. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared hidden quest number 1, killed a shaman apprentice. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared hidden quest number 2, do not leave a single soul. Reward updated. Plus 2,000 experience points. Plus 1,000 arcane coins. Reward distributed. Level up. Level up. Do you wish to continue to the 6th floor? Having ascended 2 levels, Thorian spun to face his comrades. Aqua, Zogarth, and Vigil were fixated on an unseen point in the air. A grin spread across Thorian's face as he addressed them. You all know what comes next. I have complete faith in your choices. With a mutual nod, the trio affirmed their evolution paths, and they were swiftly enveloped in a dazzling, golden radiance. As the light faded, Aqua emerged transformed. He now stood taller, his frame lean yet poised, exuding a grace as if molded by the very essence of winter. His fur had evolved into a kaleidoscope of icy blues, each strand shimmering like delicate icicles. His eyes, glowing with a crystalline, otherworldly light, captivated all who beheld them. Intricate patterns reminiscent of snowflakes wove across his skin and fur, serving a dual purpose as both armor and a magical conduit. Vigil's transformation, though subtler, was no less profound. His fur, previously an unremarkable off-white, now shone with a pristine radiance, reflecting the purity of his spirit. His moon tattoos, once limited, now expanded to depict an entire celestial ballet. His physique developed a newfound strength and bulk, shedding the scrawniness that had once defined him. His eyes, now mirroring the twin moons, glowed with a soft, restorative light. Zogarth's change was the most dramatic. He grew exponentially in size, dwarfing even the formidable Forlun. His muscles, now immense, seemed on the verge of bursting through his skin. His armor, adapting to his new form, expanded to accommodate his increased bulk. His skin took on a rugged, weathered hue, transforming his scars from reminders of past battles into distinguished marks of honor. Thorian, observing these remarkable transformations, especially Zogarth's, let out a chuckle. Thinking about the future, it seems our usual meeting spot in the village hall won't suffice. Zogarth, you'd have a tough time just fitting through the door. I apologize, my lord, Zogarth murmured, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Perhaps I should have chosen a different evolution. Thorian dismissed the notion with a shake of his head. No, you made the right choice. Strength is paramount. What do they call this evolution of yours? Warbound Orc Commander, Zogarth replied, his gaze drifting to his status window. Most of my skills lean towards offense or defense, but I've acquired one that amplifies the prowess of my allies. It's named Commanding Roar. That's a title befitting a general, Thorian mused, his attention shifting to Vigil. And your evolution? I've become a star kobold mystic, Vigil answered. My skills remain centered around blessings and healing. However, they now function with utmost efficiency, regardless of the time of day. My blessing and healing spells receive a 50% boost in their effects under the light of any celestial body. Thorian chuckled, any party would be fortunate to count you among them. He then turned his gaze to Aqua, who, sensing his turn, began without prompt. I've evolved into an ice kobold sorcerer, my lord. My skills are predominantly offensive, except for ice barrier. It's akin to your earth wall, my lord. Long-range firepower is always invaluable, Thorian acknowledged with a nod. He then pivoted to face the lingering notification. Well then, let's not dawdle any longer. Do you wish to continue to the 6th floor? Yes, I wish. Immediately, Thorian and his party were transported to the 6th floor. The familiar task of vanquishing goblins resumed, yet they noticed a significant increase in both the frequency and number of hobgoblins encountered. Among them were apprentice shamans, bolstering their allies with blessings. Nonetheless, such challenges proved trivial for Thorian's formidable group. They maintained their relentless pace, swiftly clearing goblin packs with the same efficiency as in the previous floors. This brisk progression saw them breeze through floors 6 to 9. Each floor rewarded them handsomely with experience points, 2,500 from the 6th, 3,000 from the 7th, 3,500 from the 8th, and 4,000 from the 9th. Level up. Level up. The bounty of experience points Thorian amassed was sufficient for him to level up in both his race and class, placing him nearly halfway to the next level in both categories. Display panel. Ding. Race Elemental Lord Kobold. Level 545, EXP, 17098/30,000. Class Elemental Magus. Level 3140, EXP, 12893/33,000. After scrutinizing his status window, Thorian acknowledged the notification, ready to advance to the subsequent floor. Floor quest. Description: eliminate the Goblin Champion. Rewards: 10,000 experience points. 5,000 arcane coins. Forloon's eyes lit up at the sight of the floor quest rewards. Now this is more like it, he exclaimed. With the triple experience bonus, I'll level up in both my race and class. I believe we all will, General, Aqua replied, his tone even and unperturbed. While the two exchanged words, Thorian surveyed the floor. They stood atop a hill, overlooking a sprawling army camp teeming with hobgoblins. Tents dotted the landscape, and trenches carved into the earth hinted at preparations for an impending conflict. Dismissing the setting as irrelevant, Thorian faced his comrades. Stick to the usual plan. Eliminate everyone before our floor quest target. We're on it, my lord, Forloon responded with a grin. And if we snag those hidden quest rewards, we might even double our level up. Thorian nodded at Forloon's enthusiasm, issuing his orders. For this battle, Vigil and I will hang back. I want to gauge the extent of the powers you've gained from your evolutions. That won't be an issue, King, Aqua said, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I could freeze them all from here, if you wish. Give me a spectacle to remember, Thorian chuckled in response. Zogarth, gripping his battle axe with a feral smile, added, I'm eager to test my new abilities against formidable foes. Let's hope they're strong enough for a proper showcase of my skills. With that, the trio approached the hill's edge, their gazes fixed on the goblin army camp below. Aqua initiated the assault. Lifting his staff skyward, he whispered the incantation, Ice Storm. A biting, icy wind descended upon the army camp, causing every hobgoblin to tremble violently as frostbite gnawed at their flesh. The ground beneath them crystallized, ensnared by the relentless cold. Having tormented the hobgoblins with the merciless chill, Aqua then unleashed greater ice barrage. Dozens of ice orbs formed before his staff, swiftly launching themselves like guided missiles towards the hapless hobgoblins. Each orb impaled its target, the wound and surrounding flesh instantly freezing. The spell's victims perished instantly. We can't let you hog all the glory, Forloon declared, charging down the hill with meteoric speed. His aura, a dazzling blend of white and gold, clashed and intertwined in a spectacular dance. Bolts of blue lightning crackled with his tempest strides, propelling him to the army camp in a blink. There, he unleashed lightning-fast slashes, each stroke bisecting his targets with lethal precision. I refuse to be overshadowed, Zogarth thundered, leaping high into the sky. Harnessing the force of gravity, he plummeted towards the camp with astounding velocity. Upon impact, the earth shook, forming a crater and annihilating a group of hobgoblins from the sheer force. With a wild roar of laughter, Zogarth's aura burst into a fierce blend of black and red. He channeled this energy into his battle axe, then executed a mighty slash through the air, sending a crescent-shaped wave of destructive energy that mowed down rows of shivering, terror-stricken hobgoblins. As the trio unleashed chaos, Thorian observed with a raised eyebrow, pondering the nature of Zogarth's attack. An aura discharge? No, it's more structured, most likely a skill. Amidst the carnage, a figure emerged from one of the larger tents. A gaunt, elderly goblin with a tall stature hurried out, clad in a long purple robe, clutching a wooden cane. A true shaman, Thorian noted internally. The shaman, tapping into his soul's energy, cast a blessing over the hobgoblins. Their shivering ceased, and their frostbitten flesh healed, enveloped in a green aura that soon morphed into dark purple. He then hurled a curse at Forloon. As the purple energy neared him, Forloon smirked, a golden aura radiating around him. The dark energy dissipated upon contact, failing to penetrate his shield, much to the shaman's dismay. Wasting no time, Forloon materialized before the shaman and decapitated him with a single, swift stroke. One hidden quest complete, Thorian mused silently. Meanwhile, Aqua continued his relentless magical barrage, each spell annihilating dozens of hobgoblins. Zogarth, too, carved through the ranks with his energy slashes. The battlefield soon fell silent, save for the echoes of death and the sight of blood-soaked earth. From the grandest tent in the camp, a solitary figure emerged. He was a tall goblin, distinctively well-built, exuding an aura unlike any other they had encountered. Surveying the carnage around him, his initial shock and terror quickly morphed into unbridled fury. With a piercing roar, Shrai, a vibrant red aura enveloped him. Gripping his spear tightly, his eyes blazed with bloodshot rage, ready to engage in battle. However, his battle cry was abruptly cut short. "Quiet down, will ya?" Forlun's voice rang out, materializing beside the goblin champion. Before the goblin could even react, Forlun's blade, now sheathed in a brilliant solar aura, swung decisively, severing the goblin's head in a swift, clean stroke. Floor quest cleared. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared hidden quest number 1, kill the shaman. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared hidden quest number 2, do not leave a single soul. Reward updated. Plus 10,000 experience points. Plus 5,000 arcane coins. Reward distributed. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Do you wish to continue to the 11th floor? Thorian gazed at the barrage of notifications flooding his display panel, a wide grin spreading across his face. The early floors of the abyss are perfect for rapid progression, he thought, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. And with our collective strength, clearing the 20th floor should be a safe bet. Display panel. Ding. Race Elemental Lord Kobold. Level 745, EXP, 14098/36000. Class Elemental Magus. Level 3340, EXP, 3893/39000. I'm nearly at the peak of my class, Thorian mused, his thoughts lingering on the notification. And the upcoming floors are mere puzzles, the solutions to which I already hold. This is practically a bounty of free experience points. As Thorian contemplated, Forlun appeared beside him, a sly smirk on his face. Well, that was a breeze, he quipped. Zogarth, panting slightly, joined them atop the steep incline. Indeed, he agreed, a hint of disappointment in his tone. I scarcely had the chance to unleash my full arsenal of skills. With everyone gathered and ready, Thorian took command. Let's advance to the next level, he declared. In an instant, the group was whisked away, teleporting into an entirely new realm. The comforting warmth and light of the sun were replaced by the oppressive heat and dark orange hues of molten metal. They found themselves on a floor of hard, dark brown stone, the space around them dimly illuminated. They had entered a colossal forge. Floor quest. Description: reach the exit of the dwarven forge. Rewards: 15,000 experience points. 7,500 arcane coins. Thorian's smile broadened as he read the floor quest. Turning to his companions, he explained, this floor is quite straightforward. It's a puzzle where we must discover the correct sequence of levers to forge our path to the exit. Forlun raised an eyebrow in mild disappointment. Is that all? He asked. I was gearing up for a skirmish. You'll get your fight, Thorian replied with a shrug. Throughout this forge, stone sentinels roam, and we'll have to vanquish them. Aqua, lost in contemplation, finally shared his thoughts. If only we had a vantage point to observe the effects of the levers. It would greatly aid in deciphering the puzzle. Thorian, appreciating the insight, quickly scanned the forge. His eyes locked onto a high platform offering a panoramic view of the area. That's the spot you need, he pointed out. From there, you can oversee and guide us to the exit. Aqua, his eyes reflecting a mixture of admiration and surprise, chuckled. You always find the way so swiftly, my king. Your acumen never ceases to amaze me. Thorian, brushing off the praise with a modest shake of his head, thought to himself, I could easily solve this puzzle alone, but they need to learn to navigate challenges without me. It's vital they gain independence in safer environments. With Aqua positioned on the platform, the team methodically worked through the forge, following his instructions. They expertly manipulated the levers, controlling the metal bridge that interconnected the fiery sections of the forge. The stone sentinels, though formidable for some, were trivial for Thorian's significantly overpowered group. They were mere footnotes compared to their dominant might. Subsequent floors unfolded in a similar manner, a succession of puzzles and traps, all rendered ineffective by Thorian's elemental sight. The monsters they encountered were no more challenging than the stone sentinels. As they progressed, the rewards increased exponentially: 20,000 experience points from the 12th floor, 25,000 from the 13th, and 30,000 from the 14th. Upon clearing these levels, Thorian experienced multiple advancements in both his race and class. After receiving the level-up notifications repeatedly, Thorian finally decided to review his status in the window. Display panel. Ding. Race Elemental Lord Kobold. Level 1445, EXP, 5098/66,000. Class Elemental Magus. Level 3840, EXP, 30893/66,000. Thorian, marveling at his own progress, mused aloud, 7 levels up in race, and 6 in class, he chuckled. This rate of advancement is nothing short of ludicrous. Turning to his comrades, he inquired of Vigil, "And how have you fared? What level are you at now?" Vigil, still reeling from the influx of notifications, took a moment before replying, "It's been staggering, my king. My race is now at level 12, and my class at level 37. Thorian glanced at Aqua and Zogarth, who silently confirmed similar progress with a nod. Forlun, visibly excited yet awestruck, interjected, "King, can we revisit the earlier floors? This abyss is a phenomenal boon. If we continue to clear these levels, we could become invincible." Thorian, however, shook his head in dismissal. "That's not feasible," he said. "If repeating floors indefinitely were possible, it would render the entire concept of levels and strength meaningless." Forlun's enthusiasm dampened as he sighed in disappointment. Aqua, interjecting with a more pragmatic view, added, "That's for the best. If anyone could endlessly gain experience in this abyss, our current advantages would be nullified. It would lead to chaos. A distinct power hierarchy is essential for maintaining order." Forlun, understanding the gravity of Aqua's words, chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, it would be frustrating if just anyone could reach our level of power by exploiting the abyss." As the discussion continued, Thorian delved into deep contemplation. After a thoughtful pause, he declared, "We will cease our venture after the next floor." Zogarth, puzzled, raised an eyebrow. "May I ask why, my lord?" Thorian, with a sigh of understanding, explained, "After we conquer the next floor, which includes all hidden quests, I'll reach my class's maximum level. Any further floors would yield only half the usual experience points, making them inefficient." Zogarth, stroking his chin thoughtfully, admitted, "I hadn't considered that. In fact, the next floor should bring me fairly close to maxing out my class level as well." Forlun, unable to hide his eagerness, speculated, "I'm curious about the boss monster on the next floor." His grin widened. "I just hope it's not another puzzle. I'm looking for a real challenge." "We'll find out soon enough," Thorian replied, his smile reflecting a hint of anticipation. He then turned his attention to the notification. "Do you wish to continue to the 15th floor?" "Yes, I wish." With their decision made, the party was teleported anew. They arrived in a vast chamber, its ambience dominated by lava cascading down the walls, pooling into a fiery moat encircling the room. The intense heat was so severe that even Thorian felt a tinge of discomfort. Floor quest. Description: Kill the magma golem. Rewards: 50,000 experience points. 20,000 arcane coins. Suddenly, a cacophony of mechanical sounds echoed through the chamber as a rock formation began to shift and grow. It morphed into the shape of an immense golem, its eyes seething with molten lava and glaring down at them with palpable rage. The creature's sheer size dwarfed even the imposing stature of Zogarth, making him appear almost diminutive in comparison. Observing the magma golem, Thorian assessed its strength. It seems to be just a notch below Zogarth's level post-evolution, he mused. Forloon's eyes lit up with excitement as he drew his sword, the anticipation clear in his voice. Finally, a worthy challenge. Covered in a luminescent moonlight aura, Forloon closed the distance to the golem in a blur. His blade, now glowing with a radiant golden light, sliced through the air towards the creature's leg. To his surprise, the usual devastating effect of his attack was mitigated. The golem's leg sustained only a minor cut before the rock-like material seamlessly healed. Then, with a thunderous roar, the golem retaliated with a massive punch aimed at Forloon. Dodging this, Forloon murmured, swiftly evading the strike. The golem's fist slammed into the ground, leaving a crater and sending rock spikes jutting out in all directions. Zogarth, join the fray, Thorian commanded. The warbound orc, acknowledging with a nod, charged towards the behemoth. His battle-axe, wreathed in a sinister blend of black and red auras, struck the golem's other leg with formidable force. Unlike Forloon's attack, Zogarth's blow had a tangible impact, causing the golem to momentarily lose balance as its leg cracked under the assault. Forloon, witnessing Zogarth's success, clenched his teeth in frustration. Without uttering a word, he lunged again at the golem's weakened leg. This time, his blade surged with a golden aura of such intensity that it enveloped him entirely, a fierce display of power far surpassing his earlier efforts. With a decisive thrust, Forloon's blade, cloaked in a brilliant golden aura, pierced the golem's rocky leg. The aura transformed into a radiant beam that sliced through the hardened material. Following up with a powerful diagonal slash, Forloon's attack cleaved through the entire leg, severing it cleanly. The golem, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught from both sides, toppled forward, crashing to the ground. Refusing to be vanquished in such a disgraceful manner, it opened its maw wide, revealing the torrent of molten lava churning within. An intense orange glow began emanating from its depths, signaling an imminent beam attack. Thorian, quickly recognizing the golem's intent, sprang into action. Lord's Fury, Elemental Embodiment. Flames. Raising his Emberstrike cane, Thorian directed it towards the golem's gaping mouth. Fire Stream, he commanded. The spell materialized with an intensity beyond any greater fireball. The heat was so fierce it parched Thorian's skin and sent waves of scorching wind buffeting him. In a flash, the fire stream surged forward, plunging into the golem's mouth, before its own attack could launch. The spell barreled deep into the creature's chest, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Flames engulfed the golem, sending fiery debris rocketing in all directions. Burning rocks splattered against the surrounding lava moat, a fiery spectacle illuminating the chamber. Floor quest cleared. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared hidden quest number 1, 1-minute kill. Reward updated. Plus 25,000 experience points. Plus 10,000 arcane coins. Reward distributed. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Do you wish to continue to the 16th floor? Thorian's eyes sparkled with triumph as he surveyed the barrage of notifications on his display panel. A wide grin unfurled across his face, the thrill of achievement palpable in the air. At last, I've reached the pinnacle of my first advancement. Just a bit more mastery over earth spikes and water prison, and I'll be ready to ascend my class. Curiosity piqued, Thorian hadn't perused his stats in ages. It was time to delve into his full status panel. Display panel. Ding. Race Elemental Lord Kobold. Level 1645, EXP, 86098/90,000. Class Elemental Magus. Level 40/40, EXP, Max. Lifespan 70 years. Cultivation Realm Chi Gathering 6th Stage, 65.3%. Stats. Strength 163. Agility 177. Constitution 154. Mana 177. Chi 150. Free point 60. A chuckle escaped him, laced with disbelief. This is preposterous, he mused, eyes dancing with mirth. At this rate, Nalia's godlike prowess might just be within my grasp in a mere 2 or 3 months. But the bubble of whimsy burst as quickly as it formed. Reality cast its unyielding gaze upon Thorian, reminding him that time was a luxury he didn't possess, and the exponential growth he enjoyed at these initial levels wouldn't last forever. It was a fleeting fantasy, one that danced through his heart before he firmly shook his head, dispelling the idle daydreams. Turning his attention to the group, Thorian focused on the individual he deemed most crucial. Vigil, he inquired, his tone laced with earnest curiosity, what level has your class attained? Vigil responded promptly, a hint of pride in his voice. I am at level 39, my lord. However, I am already halfway through. I merely require 35,000 more experience points to reach the zenith of my level, prior to advancing. Thorian nodded, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. He followed up with another question, his voice tinged with curiosity. Vigil, what's the average haul of experience points from our dungeon ventures? Vigil paused, mentally tallying and calculating, before responding with certainty, taking all factors into account. It averages around 40,000 experience points. A laugh, light and relieved, bubbled up from Thorian. Splendid, absolutely splendid. Then, on the morrow, we shall undertake the task of healing Nox. Forlun, his eyes ablaze with an eagerness that was hard to miss, interjected amidst the collective gasps of Aqua and Zogarth. Does this mean we're gearing up for the Arendelle dungeon? His laughter rang out, filled with a fierce anticipation. I've been patiently waiting for this moment. Aqua, ever the thinker, chimed in, his words laced with deep contemplation. My king, do you possess any insight regarding that dungeon which could aid us? Thorian, his gaze drifting upwards in thought, replied, I have bits and pieces of knowledge. However, I do know of someone immensely knowledgeable about it. His response, shrouded in mystery, silenced any further inquiries. The group understood the unspoken rule: if Thorian chose not to divulge information, there was a valid reason behind it. They refrained from pressing for more details. Before deciding to exit the abyss, Thorian turned to Aqua. I need you to use your dire wolf to ascertain Nalia's current location. And if Eldarum is nearby, inquire about the situation with Alacritas and his team. I shall do so, Aqua agreed, then initiated his telepathic communication. After a brief pause, he reported back, Nalia has concluded her dungeon expedition and is now exiting the forest. Regarding Alacritas, Eldarum detected signs of brainwashing but managed to cleanse it with his abilities. He's currently resting to recuperate from the poison's effects. Good, that settles the matters on that front then, Thorian nodded, before he wrapped up the discussion. Our business here is concluded. Let us proceed, for we still have tasks awaiting us. Forlun, a hint of confusion in his voice, questioned, We do? Thorian's smile was light, yet held a hint of deeper meaning. Indeed, he confirmed. Our next endeavor is to locate the final altar. Thorian, with a resolute flick of his hand, dismissed the notification request, choosing to depart the abyss. In a swift blur of motion, his group was whisked back to the entrance of the abyss. As they emerged, their eyes took a moment to acclimate to the dim lighting of the room. They were the first to return, with only Hayden, their guide, present. Hayden, wide-eyed and visibly shaken, could barely muster his words as he gazed at Thorian's party, his eyes lingering particularly on Aqua, Zogarth, and Vigil. What happened? He stammered. Thorian approached Hayden, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he patted the guide's trembling shoulder. Well, you don't need to know, do you? Hayden, overwhelmed, could only gulp and nod in agreement, words failing him. Good, Thorian said, his smile widening. He then found a spot to sit, his party members gathering around him in a secluded corner of the room. They settled in, waiting patiently for the others to complete their journey. After 10 minutes, the entrance flared to life, heralding the arrival of another group. Harold's dire wolf pack emerged, their evolution evident. Their fur showcased a spectrum of vibrant hues: fiery red, serene blue, robust brown, and wild green. Thorian, bursting into hearty laughter, stood to welcome his comrade. "Seems like your journey was just as bountiful," he commented jovially. "You too," Harold replied with a chuckle, his eyes scanning the evolved states of Thorian's companions. Turning to Thorian, he asked, with a hint of curiosity, "So, to what depths did you venture?" Thorian shrugged nonchalantly. "We reached the 15th floor. "And your expedition?" Harold's eyebrow arched in mild surprise. "That is intriguing." "We made it to the 17th. I was half expecting you to have surged past the 20th. Thorian laughed lightly, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "Rushing beyond wouldn't have been the most prudent move, given our unique situation. Nonetheless, reaching the 17th is commendable. You've all harnessed this opportunity to grow significantly in strength." Harold's laughter resonated heartily through the room. "I can't deny it," he beamed. "Having ascended to level 21, my stats have soared. I feel invincible, as if I could conquer any foe I encounter." Thorian, visibly impressed, nodded in acknowledgement. His curiosity piqued, he swiftly accessed his partner's status window to gauge the extent of his growth. Display Herald panel. Raystorm Alpha Direwolf. Level 21 50ths, EXP, 12759/117500. Lifespan 70 years. Stats. Strength 175. Agility 224. Constitution 163. Mana 76. After examining the statistics, Thorian let out a chuckle, both amazed and amused. "Your progress is phenomenal. The sheer magnitude of your strength and, particularly, your agility is simply astonishing." Harold, also perusing a similar invisible display, nodded in agreement. "Your own stats are quite remarkable too. With the right focus, you could rival my speed." Thorian's response came with a light-hearted chuckle, a decision for another time, perhaps. As the two shared insights about their advancements, another group emerged from the entrance. Ventus, now boasting a vibrant fur of yellow and blue, indicative of his evolution, approached them. "Seems you've already made it out. We thought we were fast." Ifrit, her form now an embodiment of her magma power with a blend of brown and red fur, retorted with a hint of frustration. "Fast? Hardly. We were stuck on that 12th floor for so damn long. Just who in the hell designed that? I want to be fighting monsters, not clearing stupid puzzles." Forlun, lounging casually, looked around as the last of the groups emerged from the abyss. He chuckled, breaking the ongoing chatter. "Seems everyone's accounted for. King, should we stay here for more discussions, or shall we postpone our conversations until we're back in the village?" Thorian, secretly grateful for Forlun's timely intervention, responded with a light chuckle of his own. "It seems the general has made a decree. Let's follow his lead." With Hayden guiding them, the group navigated their way out of the subterranean labyrinth and emerged on the western fringes of Loxley. The dual suns that had bathed the land in warmth upon their entry had now given way to the tranquil silver glow of the moon. Forlun, his brow creased in slight bewilderment, noted, "It's already night. Our time in the abyss didn't feel that lengthy." Vigil, ever light-hearted, added with a chuckle, "Time indeed has a way of slipping by when you're immersed in adventure." Thorian simply shrugged, his thoughts kept to himself. Time does seem to hasten its pace within the abyss, albeit not drastically enough to warrant a mention. With these reflections, Thorian led his group away from the city and into the encompassing woodlands. Their destination was Wolvendale, but Thorian had decided to first lay claim to the Third Territory Altar, having prior knowledge of its whereabouts. Thus, he directed his party northward from Loxley, trekking over 5 kilometers through the wilderness. Their target was a clearing situated to the left of an iron mine, serving as a landmark. Guarding the altar were creatures Thorian knew all too well, the Thrycreans, once truly formidable foes. Forlun's voice carried a touch of nostalgia mixed with a dash of humor. Ah, the Thrycreans, our old adversaries, he remarked, his gaze sweeping back to his comrades with a wry grin. Pity Kadar isn't here to exact his vengeance. Thorian's thoughts drifted to Kadar, who had suffered a serious injury at the claws of these very creatures just a week prior. Time seems to warp, he reflected silently. So much has transpired, our growth has been nothing short of remarkable. Shaking off his reverie, Thorian issued a crisp command, let's dispatch these creatures swiftly and secure this area. We can't afford any distractions while claiming the altar. Forlun, with a confident smile, responded, as you command, my king. He turned towards the direction where Kadar might have been. In the absence of my once direct subordinate, I'll lead the charge in his stead. Thorian gave a nonchalant shrug. Proceed as you see fit. Forlun wasted no time. With the agility of a shadow, he vanished from his spot, reappearing at the heart of the clearing. His sudden intrusion drew the immediate attention of all the Thrycreans in the vicinity. The creatures let out a chilling, ear-piercing shriek, their scythe-like arms poised menacingly, mandibles clacking with deadly intent as they converged on Forlun, each intent on tearing him to shreds. To an ordinary observer, the Thrycreans' movements were a blur of deadly speed and ferocity. But to Forlun, trained and battle-hardened, they seemed almost languid. As they launched themselves towards him, Forlun drew his sword with a swift, fluid motion, his body moving with the power and speed of a lightning bolt. Every swift slash of Forlun's blade was a death sentence for the monstrous Thrycreans. In a dizzying display of martial prowess, he felled 20 beasts in mere moments, their bodies not even gracing the ground before he moved on. The remaining creatures stood frozen, their primitive minds unable to comprehend the whirlwind of destruction before them. Forlun, relentless, darted across the clearing, his sword a deadly dance of steel, leaving a wake of devastation. In under a minute, an eerie silence settled over the battlefield. The clearing was now a grim tableau, littered with the lifeless forms of nearly 100 mantis-like creatures. Forlun, seemingly unimpressed by his own feat, yawned, well, that was uneventful, as Thorian and the rest of the group approached. Excellent work, Thorian commended, his eyes then shifting to the altar. Now, let's claim our prize. He strode confidently towards the demonic visage of the altar. The guardians lay vanquished, nothing stood in their way now. But suddenly, Thorian paused, a sense of unease washing over him. Hold on, he thought, there was no boss amongst the fallen. That's not right. Sensing potential danger, Thorian turned to his party, his voice edged with caution. Stay alert. If the situation shifts, follow my commands without hesitation. Zogarth, confusion etching his features, inquired, is there trouble, my lord? It's just a precaution, Thorian replied, his tone a mix of reassurance and concern. Resuming his approach, Thorian reached the territory altar and placed his hand upon it. The world around them seemed to fracture, akin to glass shattering, followed by the customary cascade of red notifications. Thorian breezed through them, his focus elsewhere, mindful of the anomaly he'd sensed. As you are already a lord of a territory, you must appoint a vassal before the territory system can be fully activated. Once you choose your vassal, they will become the effective lord of this territory. Their access rights will be second only to yours. Thorian exhaled a breath tinged with relief as the final notification confirmed the successful claim of the altar. But his moment of ease was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected surge of energy materializing beside him. Reacting with the swiftness honed by countless battles, he leaped back to regroup with his allies, bracing for whatever challenge this new development might bring. As the energy whirl settled, it revealed its contents, a creature unmistakably a Thrycreen, yet distinctively different from those Forlun had dispatched. Its green skin was similar, but it bore streaks not of brown, but of a vivid, ominous purple. Is this a Psion? As the realization dawned on Thorian, his pupils widened with apprehension. With an urgent command, he bellowed, close your eyes, now. Without hesitation, his companions obeyed. The fear in Thorian's voice conveyed a singular, unspoken truth, they were facing a formidable adversary. With his own eyes sealed shut, Thorian honed his other senses. His already acute hearing and smell, gifts of his race, intensified, slicing through the tension like blades. The air was thick with the scent of impending danger. Ventus, cloaked in confusion, stammered, "Wah. What should we do?" The rapid shift in circumstances left him reeling, unprepared. "Utter not a word. Just listen," Thorian commanded with unwavering resolve. This was no time for idle talk, their very lives hung in the balance. "Goddamn!" Suddenly, a clash of steel and a heavy thud echoed from Forlun's direction. Thorian, despite turning towards the sound, knew better than to cast his spells recklessly. His magic was more likely to harm his allies than strike the elusive thrycreen they faced. "I need to draw its attention," Thorian thought, a plan forming rapidly in his mind. Without a second's delay, he dashed away from his companions, creating a safe distance. Then, with the skill of a seasoned mage, he conjured fire spells, his hands dancing with flames. "Come and fight me, you cowardly beast!" Thorian roared, hurling his spells indiscriminately, taunting the unseen enemy to engage him directly. Despite the cacophony of his own spellcasting, Thorian's ears remained razor-sharp. He meticulously dissected every sound, every subtle vibration in the air, alert for any hint of the abnormal. Abruptly, a thud to his right seized his attention. In a mere heartbeat, he sensed a presence towering over him. "Foolish creature," Thorian thought, a smirk curling his lips. Summoning his Ember Strike's unique power, he mentally commanded, "Flare burst." Instantaneously, a searing inferno erupted from within him, engulfing the immediate vicinity in a ravenous blaze. A piercing shriek rent the air as the thrycreen collapsed to the ground. The distinct sound of its fall told Thorian all he needed to know about its location. "Water prison," he murmured, channeling his magic into the spell. The ensuing shrieks and screams confirmed its successful cast. With a triumphant smile, Thorian raised his Emberstrike cane, aiming precisely at the trapped enemy. "Lord's Fury, elemental embodiment." "Flames," he mentally intoned. Fire surged around him, converging at the tip of his staff. "Fire stream," he concluded, releasing the spell with lethal precision. The resulting explosion was marked by a final, agonized scream. The formidable thrycreen lay vanquished. Notifications flickered before Thorian's closed eyes, piercing the darkness with their luminescence. "Congratulations, you have slain the special instance boss, the Psion thrycreen. You shall now receive rewards worthy of your accomplishments." Upon reading these messages, Thorian cautiously opened his eyes. Before him, flames danced triumphantly, casting light upon the scattered remnants of the thrycreen's charred remains. The defeated corpse of the instance boss disintegrated into a myriad of glittering lights, scattering and vanishing with the wind like ethereal dust. In its place materialized a treasure chest, enigmatic and inviting. "King, is it done?" Forlun's voice cut through Thorian's contemplation, redirecting his attention to his companions. They stood tense, weapons still drawn, their eyes shut tightly, their postures radiating unease. "You may all open your eyes, the threat has been neutralized," Thorian declared, his tone steady and reassuring. At his assurance, a wave of relief swept through the group. They exhaled, collectively, eyes blinking open, as they sheathed their weapons. Drawing closer, still tinged with bewilderment, Zogarth inquired, "My lord, what nature of creature was that?" "A Psion thrycreen," Thorian explained. "A being whose gaze ensnares you in an unbreakable illusion, filled with your deepest fears. Only a high-tier purification spell or the creature's death can shatter the illusion." "How in the seven hells?" Zogarth's voice trailed off, choked with dread. The idea of such a being's existence in their world was almost too terrifying to comprehend. The group's gaze lingered on the scene of the battle, each of them grappling with the gravity of what might have happened. Had Thorian not been so swift and decisive, or had they hesitated even for a moment, the outcome could have been catastrophic. The weight of their narrow escape lingered in the air as Thorian sighed, "There are indeed terrifying beings in this world, yet a balance exists." For all its fearsome illusionary powers, this creature's offensive and defensive capabilities were notably limited. Even so, such a being could dramatically alter the course of a battle, Aqua pondered aloud. A spark of intrigue lit his eyes, and a sly grin crept across his face. Imagine if we could somehow subjugate such a creature. It would be a formidable asset. Thorian, taken aback by the suggestion, couldn't help but chuckle. An ambitious thought, but fraught with challenges. For starters, psions are a rarity among thrycreans. Our encounter was due to this being an instance boss, summoned by my quest and the activation of a territory altar. He paused, exhaling deeply. Moreover, communicating with thrycreans is no simple task, it would require a specialist. You're reaching too far, Aqua, Forlun interjected with a laugh. Wasn't this ordeal terrifying enough for you? Now you wish to seek more? His jest cut through the lingering tension, prompting laughter and light-hearted banter among the group. The immediate danger had passed, and none were keen to court further dealings with thrycreans. Is that a treasure chest I see, King? Ventus, less engrossed in the discussion, directed their attention to a more thrilling prospect. I'm curious about its contents. We shall find out, Thorian replied, a smile playing on his lips. He lifted the lid of the chest, and a golden glow bathed their faces. Inside laid 3 items, 2 orbs and a parchment, each hinting at secrets yet to be uncovered. As Thorian examined the 2 orbs, he couldn't help but feel pleased. The magma and lightning orbs, both of high purity, were indeed valuable. These will be excellent for my collection, he thought. Once our blacksmith attains the necessary level, he'll be able to harness their full potential. Turning to Ifrit and Ventus, Thorian proposed, I'd like to claim these orbs. In return, the next magma and lightning skills we come across will be yours. Fair enough, Ventus replied with a nonchalant shrug. I prefer skills anyway. Ifrit added, agreed. And as our king, your needs take precedence. Satisfied with their agreement, Thorian then shifted his attention to the parchment. Automatic mana crossbow blueprint. Skill requirements blacksmith 2. Material black iron, thunder strings, elder wood, mana stones. Equipment type watchtower. Description: the automatic mana crossbow is a village item for watchtowers, designed to target and shoot at enemies within a 200-meter radius automatically. It fires bolts of mana, with the shot capacity, before recharge, dependent on the product's quality. Mana stones, which need regular replacement, power its ammunition. Well, this is a delightful find, Thorian remarked with a light chuckle, passing the blueprint to Zogarth. As Zogarth and Forlun scrutinized the blueprint, amazement dawned in their eyes. This is exceptional, Zogarth exclaimed. With these, our wall guard's burden would be significantly lessened. Forlun, while impressed, voiced a critical concern, it's a remarkable item, but do we have a blacksmith skilled enough to construct it? Thorian's expression softened with a knowing smile. Indeed, we have someone capable, he responded, his thoughts drifting to the blacksmith, Faber. I'll discuss it with him upon our return to the village. Zogarth, handing back the parchment, couldn't help but express his admiration. You always think several steps ahead, my lord. Securing the blueprint in his pouch, Thorian led the group back towards Wolvendale. En route, he diligently collected herbs for his magus quest and honed his skills in body enhancement and elemental control. Despite these additional tasks, their remarkable speed ensured that the journey to Wolvendale took no more than half an hour. Upon entering the village, Thorian's primary objective was to complete his magus quests, followed by a visit to the village hall to collect additional rewards. Inside the village hall, Thorian promptly submitted his outstanding daily quests. He then claimed his reward for Sovereign's Dominion. Territory attribute unlocked: all existing and future houses within your territory, as well as those of your vassals, shall now grant a timed boost in experience gain. The duration of this boost correlates with the amount of time spent within the house, while the percentage increase in experience depends on the house's tier and quality. As Thorian perused the notification, a satisfied smile played upon his lips. Yet, just when he believed he had received all the rewards, another notification flickered into existence. Hidden reward unlocked in accordance with the Karmic Shift Pact, an additional reward is bestowed. Each time Wolvendale ascends in rank, a new territory attribute will be unlocked. Thorian's eyebrows lifted in surprise. I had nearly forgotten about that. But who could have imagined the hidden reward would be this impressive? Should the forthcoming attributes be remotely similar to the Ether Line Nexus, our territory might very well become the most coveted in the world. People from all corners would flock here, eager to reap its benefits. Lost in his musings, Thorian chuckled and shook his head, grounding himself back in reality. Still, we have a considerable journey ahead before our rank escalates to that of a full town. It's premature to revel in such fantasies. Regaining his composure, Thorian turned to leave the village hall when a familiar figure near the gate caught his attention. Approaching the silver assassin, Alacritas, Thorian noted the complex interplay of emotions on his face. It seems you've made a swift recovery, Alacritas, he remarked, observing the assassin's markedly improved aura. Alacritas immediately bowed, his voice tinged with remorse. I am so terribly sorry, my lord. I have failed you. Thorian dismissed his apology with a shake of his head. Don't dwell on that. What I need to know is what exactly transpired. Explain to me the cause of this mishap. Alacritas took a moment to collect his thoughts before he began. My lord, upon making eye contact with that green lady, I felt utterly incapacitated. My thoughts were ensnared, and I couldn't act of my own volition. Thorian's expression shifted to one of understanding, tinged with irony. As I suspected, it was the eyes of deception, he mused silently. But how did you come to encounter her? I was explicit about avoiding the Strongheart's manor. I would never intentionally disobey your orders, my lord, Alacritas hastened to clarify. We encountered her while monitoring William Ravenwood, the Lord of Locksley, not at the Strongheart's manor. The mention of William Ravenwood sent a ripple of disquiet through Thorian. What is her connection to William? Is she merely observing him, or is she planning something more insidious? The situation in Locksley seemed increasingly convoluted, and Thorian felt a tightness in his chest. Dismissing his rising concerns for the moment, Thorian focused back on Alacritas. What matters now is that you and your team are safe and have recovered. Alacritas bowed slightly, gratitude evident in his voice. Thank you for your concern, my lord. We will discuss this in more detail tomorrow, Thorian said, placing a reassuring hand on Alacritas' shoulder. For tonight, rest is your priority. Upon leaving the village hall, Thorian had one more destination in mind before returning home. In a swift movement, he found himself outside the blacksmith's workshop. The sight of smoke still billowing from the chimney at this late hour reassured him. Good, he's still working, Thorian thought, stepping confidently into the forge. Inside, he found Faber engrossed in his craft, putting the final touches on a magnificent blade. The hilt was fashioned from elderwood, and the blade shimmered with the lightning-infused metal they had acquired from the thunderous citadel. Faber, startled by Thorian's sudden appearance, greeted him warmly. Oh, my lord, I hadn't noticed your arrival. Thorian, drawn to the craftsmanship of the blade, approached. This sword looks remarkable. May I inspect it? Certainly, my lord, Faber replied, offering the sword to Thorian with a hint of pride. It is the pinnacle of my work thus far. As Thorian scrutinized the sword, he was taken aback by its rarity, a yellow storm. Handing it back to Faber, he couldn't hide his amazement. You've truly excelled as a blacksmith. Have you advanced your class? Faber nodded enthusiastically. Yes, my lord. I am now a magic blacksmith. Additionally, I've evolved into a kobold blacksmith, gaining a skill that enhances my chances of crafting items of higher rarity. Thorian chuckled, genuinely pleased. That's excellent news. Your progress will undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to us all. Presenting the 2 orbs he had recently acquired, Thorian placed them in Faber's hands. I've come with a specific request. I need you to forge a weapon for me, utilizing these and all the high-purity orbs we have. Faber looked staggered by the enormity of the task. But my lord, that might be premature. I haven't yet mastered working with such high-quality materials. That's why you will undergo training, Thorian replied with unwavering certainty. I will provide you with all the medium and low-quality orbs we possess for practice. The results will still benefit our magi, so nothing will go to waste. Faber stood speechless, absorbing the weight of Thorian's words. After a moment, he found his voice. To entrust me with such resources. Why, my lord? Because I need a weapon, Thorian said, a confident smile playing on his lips. The most formidable and powerful weapon you can create. Faber straightened up, a newfound determination in his eyes. Your trust honors me, my lord. I will not let you down. He then asked in a softer tone, when do you require this weapon, my lord? Thorian's expression grew solemn. I need it within 3 days. Nalia's POV. Earlier in the day. Well, that was a breeze, Ragnar declared, stretching his arms and cracking his neck as he sauntered alongside Nalia. A hint of pride colored his voice as he reminisced, that third-layer guardian was tough, but we handled it. I bet we could have tackled the fourth. It wasn't a walk in the park, Soren interjected, his voice heavy with a sigh. He clicked his tongue, casting a backward glance at the 2 men trailing behind, their clothes tattered and torn. We nearly lost 2 of our best fighters. Who needs weaklings, anyway? Ragnar's shrug was dismissive, his confidence unshaken. We'd have cleared that dungeon with or without them. Soren's teeth clenched at Ragnar's callous words, his frustration palpable. You're worse than a beast. Amidst the familiar quarrel, Nalia rolled her eyes, her tone laced with pragmatism. We wouldn't have stood a chance on the 4th layer, not without bracing for serious losses. A smile then played on her lips as she added, first, we need to gather some items. Why didn't we bring them from the start? Ragnar raised an eyebrow, his tone a mix of curiosity and reproach. Odd, considering your usual meticulousness. We don't have the skills to make them, Nalia replied with a casual shrug, her gaze drifting towards the dire wolves and kobolds escorting them from a distance. But they certainly do. Ragnar's grin was quick and mischievous. You should have mentioned it sooner. I'd have stormed their stronghold like before and seized what we needed. I know your heart is as hard as stone, but must your mind be equally dense? Soren's eyebrow arched in clear annoyance. They can hear every word we're saying, and for the moment, they're our allies. Have you lost your senses? Partners in name only, Ragnar retorted with a nonchalant shrug, his gaze shifting to Nalia, tinged with irritation. And why exactly did we broker a deal with them? Do we really need these dungeons that desperately? We're strong enough to conquer everything on our own. You're mistaken, Nalia replied, her tone icy, her demeanor unyielding. I might be strong, but you are far from it. Ragnar's pride was deeply wounded by her words. His teeth gritted, he muttered bitterly under his breath, you witch. Yet his insult was not as quiet as he hoped. Soren fixed him with a chilling stare, his threat unambiguous. Choose your words wisely, unless you wish to part with your head this instant. Nalia, unfazed by Ragnar's comment, continued as though she hadn't heard a thing. As for the dungeons, our equipment is woefully inadequate. We need them, without doubt. A hush fell over the group following her declaration, broken only when Soren ventured a cautious question. My lady, you've had dealings with that monster king, Thorian, or whatever his name is. How strong is he? His voice lowered, shadowed by the memory of their earlier encounter. The aura he radiated, the intensity of his magic. He did seem formidable. Nalia's gaze lowered, a playful hum escaping her lips as she pondered. Then, with a hint of mystery, she replied, I can't claim to fully understand his power, but he's definitely capable of ending both of you in under 10 seconds. What? Ragnar's outburst was loud enough to draw the attention of everyone around. The shock was evident in his voice, his disbelief overshadowing any concern for the stares he received. That's impossible. Soren's reaction was more subdued, his face clouding with a sense of defeat. So, even with all our strength, we are still so vulnerable. It's a hard reality to accept. Then acceptance is what you must learn, Nalia said with a light laugh, a note of wisdom in her voice. There are countless beings in this world who could take your life as an afterthought, never even recognizing your existence. Her voice faded, a distant look in her eyes as she was momentarily lost in memories best left forgotten. In the heavy silence that enveloped them, Soren broke the stillness. And what about you, my lady? You could defeat him, couldn't you? Her chuckle was confident, yet tinged with a hint of solemnity. I suppose I could, but not without significant sacrifice. A peaceful coexistence would be ideal for both parties, though I'm uncertain if that's a feasible path. Soren took a moment to process her words, then ventured, if peaceful coexistence isn't possible, you'd have to resort to that particular skill, right? But wouldn't that put us in a precarious situation afterwards? It would, Nalia agreed with a nod, her eyes meeting Soren's with a chilling smile. That's precisely why we're working on our contingency plan. Soren's face held a somber cast as he murmured softly, his voice barely audible, yes, there's always that option. What? Nalia's lips quirked up in a playful, yet probing smile. Do you disapprove of the plan, Soren? I can't say I'm thrilled about it, Soren replied, his voice carrying a weight of resignation. But I do recognize its necessity. Ragnar, ever brash, clicked his tongue at Soren's measured response. You're too soft. That mindset of yours will be the death of you, and it won't be a noble end. Nalia, her gaze locked with Soren's, let out a soft chuckle before redirecting her attention forward. Her eyes swept over their surroundings, observing the escorts meticulously monitoring their every move, jotting down their actions. In her mind, thoughts swirled around Thorian. Who were you before all this, Thorian? She pondered. To command such discipline from mere monsters, you must have been a significant figure in the kingdom. The name Thorian echoed in her mind, striking a chord of familiarity. Suddenly, her expression shifted, a sly smile emerging. Could it be? Thorian Steelblade, the Lion of the Lowlands? For a moment, she was consumed by the image of the legendary Flame Lord, renowned for setting battlefields ablaze with his fearsome inferno. But then she shook her head, dismissing the notion with a chuckle. Impossible. Thorian Steelblade's stronghold is in the south. This must be a coincidence of names. With these thoughts, the party, guided by the kobolds, dire wolves, and Elder continued their journey out of the forest. Entering Loxley through the western gate, they passed the very building Thorian had once used to access the subterranean tunnels. Should we venture into the abyss as well? Soren inquired. His tone suggested genuine curiosity, tempered with a hint of caution. If the monsters show such interest in it, it must hold considerable value. It does, Nalia confirmed with a nod, her expression serious. But as it stands, everyone here is too underprepared for the level I aim to conquer. We need the entire party outfitted with yellow storm gear before we can truly take on that challenge. And how long do you anticipate that will take, my lady? Soren's eyebrow lifted, a mix of curiosity and concern in his query. Depends on our fortune, Nalia replied with a casual shrug. But with a favorable wind at our backs, 3 days should suffice. I understand, Soren acknowledged, nodding. Then, we will take on the abyss after that preparation. We could attempt a partial run, Nalia conceded thoughtfully. The experience gained would definitely aid in tackling the 4th layer of the verdant labyrinth and the 2nd layer of the thunderous citadel more swiftly. But to reach the specific floor we're targeting requires that much time and preparation. Changing the topic abruptly, Nalia inquired, but let's set aside the abyss for now. Are the sacrifices prepared for the ritual? Soren swallowed, a hint of unease in his voice as he confirmed, yes, they are ready, my lady. Excellent, Nalia's smile was one of satisfaction. Then we shall commence immediately. Are we heading to that chamber again? Ragnar's tone held clear distaste. I really don't like that place. It's repulsive. If you prefer, you may abstain from attending, Nalia replied with an indifferent shrug, then turned to address the group. Now, let's cease the dawdling and proceed. Accompanied by long, heavy sighs from both Soren and Ragnar, the trio navigated their way through the bustling streets of the city. They traversed the inner wall, eventually arriving at the imposing edifice of the Strongheart Manor. Their entrance through the manor's back door went unchallenged. The guards stationed there merely bowed in silent acknowledgement as the trio passed, a testament to their familiarity or the trio's authority. Inside the manor, a stark contrast awaited them. The opulence of the manor gave way to a dungeon, its atmosphere laden with despair. The cells were filled with captives, children's cries and women's wails echoing off the stone walls. As they walked past, men clung to the bars, their pleas for freedom filled with desperation. Nalia and Ragnar moved through this corridor of misery without a second glance, their focus unwavering. Soren, however, found himself casting furtive, pained looks at the prisoners, his lips pressed tightly together in a silent struggle with his conscience. The dungeon led them to a grand chamber, a place where the air itself seemed thick with dark, arcane energy. At its heart stood a grotesque entity, an amalgamation of flesh and otherworldly power. It was a creature of incomplete form, faceless yet bearing thousands of visages upon its twisted flesh. These faces, marked by expressions of grief, anger, and despair, were trapped in eternal silence, unable to scream. Nalia looked upon this aberration with a smile of grim satisfaction. "There it is," she declared, her voice tinged with a chilling anticipation. "Our dear contingency plan." Soren's POV. The next day. Soren awoke, his chest constricted in a tight vice of anxiety. Sleep had eluded him, his rest shattered by relentless nightmares that now clung to his waking thoughts. He lay there, suffocating under the weight of the previous day's horrors. The images of countless souls ensnared by those otherworldly abominations haunted him, denying him even the slightest solace of sleep. Where did it all go wrong? The question churned bitterly in his mind as he thought of Nalia. Something had changed in her a few weeks prior, a transformation that initially filled him with elation. Her newfound ability to swell their ranks rapidly had been a godsend, as she deftly multiplied their subordinates and seamlessly wove them into every stratum of Loxley's hierarchy. But with the onset of the apocalypse, the seeds of doubt began to sprout. Soren's unease grew as they amassed hundreds, then thousands of ordinary civilians to their cause at an unnaturally brisk pace. A mere word from Nalia, and they pledged allegiance, eagerly accepting her promises of power. Though Nalia remained tight-lipped, Soren was certain this influence stemmed from some newfound power she wielded. It troubled him, yet the dire straits of the apocalypse made such concerns secondary. Survival was paramount. But the raid on the monster village marked a turning point. Nalia's initial plan seemed straightforward: claim the territory, eradicate the surrounding threats. What she hadn't anticipated was stumbling upon a flourishing village, its very existence throwing their plans into disarray. When Nalia commanded the main party to evacuate the village, leaving the newly recruited civilians behind, Soren's eyes were open to her true intentions. It became chillingly clear that these civilians were never meant to be part of their ranks. From the outset, they were mere pawns, sacrificial lambs, to satiate her burgeoning power. "It's like she's become an entirely different person," Soren thought, biting his lip in turmoil. "I must confront her. I need to grasp the full extent of what's happening." After dressing, he carefully masked his emotions and stepped out of his room. The corridors of their stronghold bustled with subordinates, each absorbed in their duties, preparing for the day ahead. Soren knew he had to maintain his composure, showing any hint of weakness was not an option. Navigating the labyrinthine underground passages, he arrived at a secluded section, a place their followers seldom dared to tread. Standing before Nalia's door, Soren steeled himself before knocking. "My lady, are you awake?" A brief silence ensued before Nalia's voice invited him in. "Come in, Soren, I am ready." As he entered, Soren observed Nalia gazing into her mirror, her expression vacant. A flicker of fear momentarily disturbed her eyes, swiftly replaced by a practiced smile. She turned to face him, her tone casual. How are the negotiations with the nobility progressing? The Caulfields have pledged their full support, while the Bloodsworths remain indecisive, Soren reported, his professionalism unflinching. They're biding their time, assessing the situation. Then make the stakes clear to them, Nalia responded with a light chuckle. They need to comprehend the magnitude of power they're contending with. Soren arched an eyebrow. Should I send Ragnar to handle that? No, no. Ragnar's too impulsive for this task, Nalia replied, shaking her head dismissively. I want you to take charge of it. I trust your judgment and your ability to wield your power effectively. I understand, Soren nodded, his resolve firm. I assure you, I won't let you down. I have no doubt about that, Nalia said with a chuckle. But what of the Lord of the Strong Hearts? His faltering now could pose a significant setback to our plans. I've been working on him tirelessly this past week, Soren replied with a sigh. I have a meeting arranged with him this morning to reinforce the gravity of his commitment. You're always so reliable, Nalia complimented, rising from her seat, her posture indicating she was about to leave. My lady, Soren hesitated, reaching out to stop her. Nalia turned, her expression one of mild surprise. What's the matter, Soren? Is something troubling you? As Soren struggled for words, Nalia deduced, this is about yesterday, isn't it? I admit, I exposed you to a very ugly thing. It's not just about yesterday, Soren said, shaking his head. It's everything. Don't get me wrong, I'm not naive. I understand the necessity of taking lives, be it monsters or humans, for our cause. But this level of cruelty, it's all becoming too overwhelming. I understand, Nalia replied, her voice softening, a smile gracing her lips. It's normal to feel that way, it's part of being human. But you see, you haven't experienced what I have, haven't felt what I've endured. Then share it with me, Soren implored, his voice tinged with desperation. I need to understand. We've been together since our days in the sewers, surely you can confide in me. Nalia tilted her head, her hand gently caressing Soren's cheek. In a low voice, she confessed, I'm sorry, my dear Soren, but I can't. This burden is mine alone. She sighed, her gaze softening. Just remember, everything I do is for us. In this world, we only have each other. That's been our truth since we were children, hasn't it? Looking into Nalia's verdant eyes, Soren noticed a hint of moisture, stirring a deep empathy within him. He nodded, understanding yet burdened. I know, he murmured, releasing a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. But you must promise to reveal the whole truth to me one day. I promise, Nalia affirmed, her expression sincere. And it will be sooner than you expect. A light laugh escaped Soren, a sense of relief loosening the tightness in his chest. That's all I needed to hear. Until then, I'll embrace any role necessary, even if it means becoming a devil. The role of the devil is mine, Nalia quipped with a chuckle. She stroked her chin, adopting a contemplative air. As for you, perhaps the devil's grand secretary suits you best. Soren joined in the laughter. It seems we're indeed crafting our own inferno here on earth, he joked. Then, gathering himself, he excused himself. Now, I must meet with Lord Johannes. Go, Nalia nodded, her demeanor back to business. I'm expecting positive news. Soren left Nalia's quarters, his mind a whirl of thoughts and emotions. He traversed the labyrinthine tunnels beneath the ground, emerging 20 minutes later into the heart of the internal citadel. Shrouded from head to toe in a cloak, he moved stealthily through the city's alleys and back streets, finally arriving at the Strongheart Manor. There, he lingered discreetly for hours, observing Oswald, the young master of the house. Despite Oswald's innocence and lack of suspicion, Soren maintained a cautious distance. With the youth's close ties to Tristan and the ruling Ravenwood house, Soren knew that Oswald could become a formidable adversary. Any interaction was a risk, potentially revealing their machinations. Once Oswald departed, Soren seized the opportunity to slip into the mansion through a back entrance. He navigated the corridors with purpose, making his way to Lord Johannes's room. Upon his arrival, Lord Johannes addressed him without a preamble. "So, you've come at last. I presume we're here to finalize our plans." "The objectives are clear," Soren replied, settling into a chair adjacent to Lord Johannes's study. "Once the Ravenwood family falls from power, you must be ready to ascend. This has been your ambition, hasn't it? Rest assured, the support of the other noble houses is secured, we've seen to that." Johannes's expression grew contemplative, a mix of ambition and resignation in his eyes. "Indeed, ruling Locksley has always been my dream," he admitted, his voice heavy with a sigh. He then fixed a pointed gaze on Soren, his eyes betraying a tinge of bitterness. "However, I never envisioned achieving this dream while being manipulated from the shadows." Soren's response came with a light, almost mocking chuckle. "Consider it a necessary evil, for the greater good. Think of it as your moral obligation to the citizens. With you at the helm, you'll be shielding them from a far more gruesome fate. They'll be spared from a reign of terror beyond their wildest nightmares." As Thorian awoke, the first sensation that washed over him was a profound sigh that seemed to escape his very soul. "So today is the day," he mused silently, a heavy weight settling in his chest, "the day we challenge that monstrous dungeon. I just hope no one perishes under my watch." Memories of Arundel's horrors crept into Thorian's mind, vivid and daunting. He had faced this dungeon in a past life, yet the version that had tested his limits back then was merely a shadow of its true, uncorrupted self. William, Lord of Raven's Nest during that era, had once shared tales of staggering losses they endured while battling the dungeon in its full, tainted state. The version Thorian had conquered was significantly more benign, a stark contrast to the nightmarish accounts he had heard. But that fool never disclosed the true extent of what he encountered, Thorian reflected with a tinge of bitterness. And the version I cleared? It was mere child's play, just a handful of monsters and a final, arduous showdown against one of the elves. With another sigh, Thorian rose from his bed, bracing himself for the day ahead. There was no respite for a lord, he needed to maintain constant vigilance and peak efficiency. Stepping outside his dwelling, Thorian found Harold asleep by the door. His companion had grown so large that navigating the entrance had become a daily ordeal. Eventually, Harold opted to slumber outdoors rather than endure the struggle of squeezing through the doorway. "These houses were clearly not designed with our needs in mind," Thorian muttered, clicking his tongue in mild frustration as he surveyed the village. In fact, none of these structures were. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Thorian concluded, "This issue will likely be resolved once we advance to the town stage and gain greater control over these structures." As he made his way to the usual meeting spot with Alacritas, Thorian felt a wave of relief wash over him at the sight of the silver assassin already waiting. "It's good to see you here, Alacritas," he greeted, his face breaking into a rare smile. Alacritas, ever the embodiment of solemnity, offered a slight bow. "The pleasure is mine, my lord," he responded with customary formality. Thorian took a moment to carefully choose his words before delivering his instructions. "Today, I want you to refrain from any deep investigations. Given our agreement with Nalia, she should be cautious about crossing you. However, avoid her base and abstain from spying on the Lord, as she has dealings with him. Instead, focus on the other key players, the merchant lady, the nobles, and William's family." Alacritas, stroking his chin thoughtfully, countered, "But my lord, it seems apparent that the lady harbors bad intentions towards Locksley's lord. Would it be prudent to give her free rein without surveillance?" Thorian exhaled a weary sigh. "The issue is that she can track you with relative ease. If I'm reading her correctly, she'll likely bide her time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike you down and do with William as she pleases. Then, she would likely launch an assault on us while we remain oblivious." Upon hearing Thorian's analysis, a visible change swept over Alacritas's face, his expression twisting in self-reproach as he swallowed hard. "I am truly sorry, my lord, for my inadequacies. No, under any other circumstances, your efforts would have been exemplary," Thorian reassured, shaking his head, inwardly chastising himself for inadvertently causing distress. It's just that our current adversary is exceptionally cunning and powerful. The resources at her disposal are both vast and enigmatic. Still, I wish I could contribute more, Alacritus admitted, his teeth gritted in frustration, his hand clenched tightly. Thorian offered a gentle smile to the silver assassin, opting to steer the conversation in a new direction. Tell me, how has your progression been? What level have you achieved? Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Alacritus paused to consult his status window before replying. I am currently at level 28 in my race and 25 in my class. That's commendable, Thorian nodded approvingly. Perhaps you should spend some time in the abyss during today's expedition. It could aid in reaching the threshold for evolution. Alacritus's brow furrowed in concern. But my lord, wouldn't that detract from my scouting responsibilities? Thorian shook his head, offering a different perspective. Being overly concerned with small details at the expense of greater gains is short-sighted. While scouting provides us with valuable intelligence, your personal growth and strength are paramount. All the information in the world is futile if we lack the strength to act on it. Alacritus pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I will heed your advice, Lord. My team and I will take on the abyss today. I eagerly anticipate your evolution, Thorian said, patting Alacritus's shoulder encouragingly. Then I shall leave you to your responsibilities, my lord. With those final words, Alacritus vanished, leaving no trace of his presence behind. He really isn't fond of socializing, is he? Thorian chuckled to himself, watching as the silver assassin disappeared. With that, he set off towards the village hall. After collecting his daily quests, Thorian made his way to the cultivation hall. Meditating for 2.5 hours had become an unexpectedly enjoyable part of his routine. It was one of those rare moments where he could sit back, free from the burdens of kingdom management and the looming shadow of threats. His only focus was the rhythmic inhalation of ether, transforming it into chi within his dantian. Following his meditation session, nestled in his now snug wooden tub, Thorian decided to assess his progress. Cultivation realm chi gathering 6th stage, 89.3%. So, I will be reaching the 7th stage tomorrow, he thought, pleased with his advancement. His mind wandered to the stages beyond chi gathering. I'm approaching the threshold of the foundation realm. I'll need to prepare for the tribulation accompanying that transition. Yet, such considerations seemed a bit premature. Shaking his head to clear these thoughts, Thorian carefully rose from the wooden tub, mindful not to damage it. Glancing back at his wooden tub, Thorian's brow arched in sudden realization. How in the world would Zogarth fit in now, especially after his evolution? We definitely need larger tubs. This thought led him to a broader reflection. Lately, the issue of size seemed increasingly prevalent in every aspect of their lives. Adapting to being a monster is indeed challenging. The entire territorial system seems designed with humans in mind, so it's unreasonable to expect it to cater to our unique needs. After tidying up the tub and himself, as had become his routine, Thorian made his way to the village hall. There, he found Zogarth standing befuddled at the gate, while Forlun was doubled over with laughter. The cause of the commotion was unmistakable. Zogarth could no longer fit through the village hall's doorway. Suppressing the urge to chuckle, Thorian approached the pair with a measured expression. It appears we have a situation, he remarked dryly. Oh, indeed we do, Forlun managed between laughs, wiping away tears of mirth. I knew Zogarth had grown, but never imagined he'd be too large for the door. This will be a tale for the ages. Enough, Forlun, Zogarth snapped, his teeth clenched in embarrassment. This is humiliating enough, without you making a spectacle of it. Seeking to shift the conversation, Thorian asked Zogarth, can you still register and claim quests? Zogarth nodded, a hint of relief in his expression. Melina has been accommodating, handling all of that for me, so I don't have to squeeze in here. Good, then the situation isn't entirely dire, Thorian replied, before posing another query. And what of the cultivation hall? I've spoken with the elders, Zogarth informed. I'm unable to use the rooms for cultivation, but the corridor is spacious enough, thanks to the larger main gate. Thorian rubbed his head, contemplating the implications. This is going to present quite a challenge. It already is, Forlun interjected, barely suppressing another laugh. A general who can't enter any village building, you couldn't have thought of a better joke even if you tried. Zogarth shot a glare at Forlun, then exhaled a resigned sigh. I am truly sorry, my lord. Perhaps I should have chosen a different evolution. This is quite embarrassing. Alright, we'll conduct our meeting outdoors today, Thorian interjected, keen to lift the spirits before they dampened further. As for your size, don't fret. After our next upgrade, the buildings will expand to accommodate you. Really? Zogarth's eyes brightened with renewed hope. I am relieved to hear that. Anyway, we don't have much to discuss, so it'll be a brief meeting, Thorian continued. I'll just collect my rewards for the cultivation quest and then join you in the outer region. Inform everyone on the council to gather there and establish a private perimeter. I shall heed your instructions, Zogarth affirmed, departing with Forlun, who was still fighting back his mirth. Shaking his head in mild amusement, Thorian entered the village hall, where Melina greeted him. After receiving his quest rewards, Melina queried, My lord, are you planning to venture into Arendelle today? Yes, I am, Thorian confirmed with a nod. Do you have any advice that might aid me? Melina paused, her expression turning solemn. After a moment, she nodded. I do. Leaning in closer, she spoke in a grave tone, the moment you encounter the spirits, my lord, run as swiftly as you can. The moment you encounter the spirits, my lord, run as swiftly as you can. Thorian's eyebrows furrowed at Melina's warning. So it was the spirit elves. I understand now why William struggled so greatly. Thank you for the warning, Melina, Thorian said, offering a slight bow. I will heed your advice closely. Melina returned Thorian's nod, her expression grave, before he departed from the village hall. Venturing towards the village's outer region, he found the landscape rather empty. Sparse buildings dotted the area, interspersed with rolling hills, small cliffs, and dirty ponds. This part seemed more an extension of nature than a segment of the village. After a short walk, Thorian spotted their designated rendezvous point, marked by Zogarth's towering frame, an unmistakable presence. As Thorian approached his council, Zogarth turned and greeted him. My lord, you've arrived. Just as Zogarth began to rise, Thorian gestured for him to remain relaxed. He then settled onto a protruding rock amongst his council members. Today's meeting will be brief, Thorian began. The routine matters of the dungeons and the abyss are already known to you all, there's no need for repetition. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. Our primary focus is the Arendelle dungeon and selecting the men who will join me in this challenge. His gaze swept across the council. This dungeon poses great peril, and only those with strength at least equal to Aqua's may consider entering. Hearing those words, Ventus laughed. Then my place in the party is assured. Lapis and Vivax, on the other hand, wore expressions of disappointment, mirrored in a more subdued manner by the three elders. Thorian turned to face the lightning kobold. Ventus, what are the overall stats of your direwolf? I'm particularly interested in her agility. Ventus paused to consult his partner's status window before answering. Her stats generally hover around 90, with mana being very low, but her agility is at 103. Thorian sighed and shook his head. That's not fast enough. She can't join us. He then addressed the entire council. In fact, I would advise against bringing any direwolf, except for my partner Harold. That is if you value their lives. A wave of shock washed over the room, followed by a dawning realization. This was not like their previous dungeon explorations, with their relative safety. This was an entirely different challenge. King, just how perilous is this dungeon? Forlun inquired, his eyebrow arching. It's rare to see you this serious, except in dealings with Nalia. It's exceedingly dangerous, Thorian replied. But remember, our aim is not to conquer it, but to purify Amelia's shrine and secure her tear. That is our sole objective. That sounds reasonably straightforward, Forlune remarked. But where does the danger lie? Are the creatures in this dungeon this obscenely powerful? They're not mere creatures, they're elves, Thorian corrected, shaking his head. If a spirit materializes beside you, run away as quickly as you can. Otherwise, you might find a 2-meter-long arrow impaling you in an instant. So, we are dealing with archers, Elder surmised. But what is the extent of their power? Their strength is difficult to convey without first-hand experience, Thorian replied. But consider their attacks to be more lethal than even my most potent spells. That is the level of adversaries we face. With Thorian's explanation, a heavy silence fell over the meeting. The clarity of the situation left little room for doubt. Everyone understood their own strengths and limitations well. Exhaling deeply, Thorian brought the meeting to a close. This meeting is adjourned. Aside from those here who meet the requirements, Saxum, Jarfin, and Harold will join me in challenging Arendelle. For now, I leave you to your respective duties. With these words, the council members dispersed, each embarking on their tasks. Wasting no time, Thorian departed the village for the dungeons. Following his routine of the past few days, he briskly navigated through the layers of the verdant labyrinth and the thunderous citadel. He seized every opportunity to practice the 2 skills he had yet to master, earth spikes and water prison. Upon completing his expedition and returning to the village, Thorian decided to review his progress with these 2 skills. Water prison. Description: this advanced skill conjures a sphere of water around a targeted enemy, trapping them inside. The water prison restricts movement and breathing, causing continuous water damage over time. The skill requires concentration to maintain. Proficiency 89.2%. Earth spikes. Description: this potent ability allows the mage to summon sharp, jagged spikes of rock from the ground at a targeted area. The spikes impale enemies, causing significant earth damage and potentially immobilizing them momentarily. The spikes retract into the ground shortly after emerging. Proficiency 89.2%. I'm nearing full mastery, Thorian reflected. Tomorrow will be the day. Satisfied with his improvement, Thorian closed his status window as he neared the gates of Wolvendale. Glancing skyward, he noticed the twin suns hadn't yet reached their zenith. I'm becoming swifter and more efficient each day, he thought, a smile playing on his lips. He proceeded to the village hall to collect his daily quests, then to the Magus Guild to register his class quests. Next, Thorian headed to the meeting room in the village hall. There, he honed his elemental control and bodily mana enhancements, making the most of his time while waiting for his main party to assemble. Engrossed in manipulating 4 miniature fireballs dancing on his fingertips, Thorian was interrupted by Vigil's entrance. My lord, I was certain I'd find you here. Thorian extinguished his spell and rose from his chair, looking expectantly at Vigil. Tell me, how was your progress? I have advanced my class, my lord, Vigil replied, a proud smile on his face. I am now a bishop of the goddess Ray. A smile tugged at Thorian's lips, which he concealed with his hand as he looked down. Closing his eyes, he thought, the time has come, Nox. Everything is aligned, and I will not let you down. Returning Vigil's gaze, Thorian's face lit up with pride. Congratulations, you've done remarkably well. Thank you, my lord, Vigil responded with a respectful nod. Regarding Nox, my ultimate spell might indeed prove beneficial. Intrigued, Thorian inquired, and what might that be? It's called Ray's Last Hope, Vigil explained. It's my most formidable skill, usable only once per month. It harnesses the goddess's power to bring anyone back from the brink of death. No matter the severity of the injury, this skill can restore the body to its prime condition. That is excellent news, Thorian said, scratching his forehead in a mix of relief and joy. Today, we finally heal Nox. He has waited long enough. We will, affirmed Vigil. Aqua, Forlune, and Zogarth have also reached new heights in their abilities. Now that they have advanced their classes, their power is truly formidable. Then it appears we're all prepared, Thorian said, smiling broadly. Let's not delay any further. With that, Thorian and Vigil left the village hall. Outside, they were greeted by the main party, poised and ready for instructions. Have you all completed the second quest in the chain for Melina? Thorian asked, ensuring everything was in order. Yes, my lord, Zogarth confirmed. We have. The collective nods from the party reassured Thorian. He then issued the command they had all been anticipating. Then let's move. The group set off, venturing through the forest toward the now purified gate of Arundel's sanctuary. Mounted atop Herald, it took them no more than 15 minutes to reach their destination. Thorian, turning to his team with a grave expression, reminded them of their mission. I know everyone is eager about this new dungeon, but remember our primary objective. His voice lowered with seriousness. Our aim is not to conquer the dungeon or defeat our foes, but to simply survive. Taking a deep breath, Thorian stepped towards the portal gate when a notification abruptly halted him. Warning, you are about to step into a corrupted dungeon. Are you sure you want to enter? Nodding, Thorian responded internally, yes, I am. With determination, the group of 10 ventured into the portal. Emerging on the other side, they found themselves in a forest vastly different from Sherwood. While Sherwood possessed a mystic charm despite its dangers, this forest exuded sheer horror. The trees stretched abnormally tall, their leaves a sinister, dark shade of blood. The ground was an ominous black, marred with streaks of crimson and dark green. This is truly an ominous place, Vigil whispered, his voice tinged with unease. The corruption has spread too far. Be on your guard, Thorian commanded, his gaze scanning the surroundings. We don't know where our enemies might be lurking. Simultaneously, Saxum, who had evolved into a sand kobold sorcerer, approached Thorian. My king, my evolution has granted me a new skill, seismic scanning. It provides a general layout of the land within a kilometer radius. Thorian's eyebrows lifted in intrigue. That's a valuable skill. Please use it, it could aid us in locating the shrine. Acknowledging Thorian's instruction, Saxum sat down, placing his palm against the cold, dark earth. Circular pulses radiated from his hand, spreading in a wide arc around them. After a few tense seconds, Saxum shook his head in frustration. I can't locate the shrine, but I did sense a plethora of monsters scattered throughout the forest. He suddenly turned to his right, his eyes narrowing. One of them is right there. As if responding to his words, a thunderous roar shattered the eerie silence, and trees toppled in the distance as the creature Saxum sensed bulldozed through them. It's making far too much noise, Thorian muttered with a click of his tongue, swiftly advancing towards the source of the commotion. As he closed in, the creature's formidable form became visible. It was a massive bear, towering at 10 meters, its expression one of wild frenzy. Its pupils were unnervingly rolled back, and foam frothed at its mouth. Dark, branch-like appendages sprouted grotesquely all over its body. Elemental embodiment, wind, Thorian thought, raising his ember strike cane high. Greater gale slash. With a powerful vertical swing, he unleashed his spell. The wind slash sliced through the air, cleaving the monstrous bear before it could even reach him. The creature collapsed, unable to emit a final cry, as blood and gore painted the forest floor. I thought our target was supposed to be elves, Forlun remarked, rushing to Thorian's side. He eyed the bear's carcass with evident revulsion. What in the world is this thing? A beast corrupted by the forest's malevolence, Thorian replied, observing the dark and red corruption consuming the bear's lifeless form. These creatures are not our primary adversaries, they're just unfortunate beasts caught in the crossfire. Turning to the group, he commanded, we can't afford to dally. This bear has compromised our location, we need to move swiftly. At his command, the group nodded in unison. Without hesitation, Thorian chose the eastern direction and confidently led his party onward. If memory serves, the ruins of the shrine from my past encounter were to the east. The exact location, however, remains unclear, Thorian reflected, glancing at Saxum. But with his abilities, as long as we're headed in the right direction, we should be able to pinpoint our destination. With Thorian at the forefront, the group advanced, their movements swift and coordinated. Given Harold's superior agility, Thorian opted to ride his partner as they navigated the dense forest terrain. Corrupted creatures, wolves, bears, and bobcats, all twisted echoes of their natural forms, launched relentless attacks. Yet, none could breach the defenses of Zogarth. Towering and formidable, Zogarth wielded his battle axe with lethal precision, felling any beast that dared to cross their path. As they neared a clearing, Thorian signaled for the party to halt. Turning to Saxum, he instructed, "Use your scouting ability once more." Saxum complied, sitting down to concentrate on his ability. Moments later, he looked up, shaking his head in disappointment. Still nothing. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Thorian sighed heavily. "We must press on. Our search continues." With those words, the party stepped into the clearing. Suddenly, Thorian felt a gut-wrenching sensation, as if his heart had plummeted. Trusting his instincts, he looked north, simultaneously activating both Predator's gaze and elemental sight. Deep within the dense, corrupted woods, Thorian's enhanced vision caught a brief glimmer of mana. It originated from over 5 kilometers away, but he instantly recognized the imminent danger. Quickly calculating the trajectory of the incoming projectile, Thorian whirled around, his eyes locking onto its intended target, Aqua, the Ice Kobold sorcerer. Aqua stood momentarily paralyzed, his gaze fixed on the direction of the impending attack. "Run!" Thorian bellowed as he dashed towards Aqua. In a split second, he infused his palm with mana and forcefully pushed Aqua out of harm's way. The arrow whizzed past, grazing Thorian and leaving a deep gash across his chest. Boom! The projectile struck the ground beside Thorian with explosive force, obliterating a quarter of the clearing in an instant. A billowing cloud of dust soared into the sky, while fragments of earth were hurled in all directions. Wincing in pain from his injury, Thorian issued an urgent command without a moment's hesitation. "Run! Don't stop, just run!" At his order, the party sprinted across the clearing. Harold, in a swift motion, scooped up Thorian with his mouth and gently placed him onto his back. Transforming into his formidable bestial form, Harold telepathically cautioned Thorian, "Brace yourself. I'm about to accelerate." Harold's paws glowed with a mana infusion, propelling him at astonishing speed towards the opposite end of the clearing to regroup with their companions. Wasting no time, Thorian invoked a spell to conceal their tracks. Mist veil, he thought, a shroud of mist enveloping their escape, masking their presence from any pursuers. The scorching mist enveloped their surroundings, providing much-needed concealment. Seizing these precious seconds, Thorian swiftly issued commands to his team. "Use every defensive ability you have. Spare no mana." Aqua, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly enveloped each member in dual layers of protection, a water shield and an ice shield. Saxum followed suit, fortifying them with a rocky shield. Vigil, not to be outdone, enhanced his teammates' agility and constitution, his powers manifesting as golden and silver flares. Thorian, determined to contribute, invoked his own defense. Lord's Aegis, Elemental Guard. A massive magical circle materialized around his party, dissipating to leave only a golden ring. This deceptively frail-looking barrier was, in truth, incredibly potent. However, Thorian knew their adversary was a force even more formidable. As Thorian tirelessly sustained Mist Veil to maintain their cover, a minuscule fire entity, no larger than a fist, materialized beside him. It returned his gaze with a sinister leer, its mouth brimming with hundreds of teeth, evoking the visage of the devil himself. "Take cover," Thorian commanded urgently. "Raise any blocking spells you have." Aqua, visibly unnerved by the spirit, nodded in response to Thorian's order. With a deft flick of his finger, he conjured a massive ice barrier from the ground, intending to shield them. Realizing the need for additional defenses, Thorian quickly erected an earth wall to bolster their protection. yet, despite their efforts, the defenses proved insufficient. With a thunderous boom, a fiery bolt obliterated their protective spells in an instant, surging menacingly towards Thorian's party. Elemental embodiment, flames. Determined to counter the onslaught, Thorian raised his staff, channeling his formidable magic. Fire stream. A brilliant burst of flame erupted, colliding with the incoming fire bolt. Thorian's fire stream surged forth, battling against the now weakened fiery onslaught. Despite its ferocity, it struggled, gradually losing ground to the overwhelming firepower of the Spirit Elf's attack. "I'll help you." Aqua, resolved to contribute, raised his staff. An ice bolt of unprecedented size materialized in front of the blue kobold, whirling with dizzying speed. Ventus, not to be outdone, took out his Stormcaller's rod, conjuring a fire arrow. The two elemental spells, along with Thorian's waning fire stream, converged on their target. This cataclysmic clash of elements finally tipped the scales in their favor. As the Spirit Elf's fiery bolt disintegrated, Thorian wasted no time in celebration, turning immediately to Saxum. "Check again." Obedient to his lord's command, Saxum employed his spell once more. This time, his face lit up with hope as he reported back to Thorian. "I found it. It's to the south." "Then let's move." At Thorian's directive, Harold swiftly picked up Saxum, Aqua, and Vigil, the slower members of their party, and bolted through the forest. Taking the lead with great speed, Harold set the pace, while the rest of the team followed, running as fast as they could. Gazing upwards, Thorian's pupils dilated in alarm. The sky, which had been clear just moments before, was now teeming with hundreds of arrows, each a meter in length. "Take cover," he bellowed. Forlun and Zogarth sprang into action to intercept the deadly volley, their bodies aglow with vibrant auras. Zogarth let out a thunderous roar, his battle axe cleaving through the arrows, sending bursts of flying aura with each powerful slash. Forlun, equally formidable, unleashed his spells upon the onslaught, his sword shimmering with silvery and golden auras as he sliced through the projectiles. Despite their valiant efforts, the barrage was relentless and overwhelming. Each arrow's impact eroded their protective layers, ice, rock, and water shields alike crumbled under the assault. But then, the arrows met the two generals' last line of defense, Elemental Guard. They began to deflect, sparing Forlun and Zogarth from injury, causing only winces from the force of the impact. Bolstered by this turn of events, the two warrior spirits soared. They redoubled their efforts, vigorously slashing and obliterating the incoming arrows. They ceased only when the rain of projectiles finally abated. While numerous, these arrows lacked the potency of the previous attack that Thorian, Aqua, and Ventus had countered. Having neutralized the threat, the two generals quickly regrouped with Thorian, expending every ounce of their aura to hasten their return. Within a minute, the party reached their long-sought destination. The ruins of the shrine lay before them, a sight offering both hope and relief. "Keep running." Thorian's voice rang out, cutting through the brief lull in his team's urgency. He knew all too well that danger still lurked at every turn. As if responding to his concerns, a new threat emerged. From beneath the ground, a colossal behemoth appeared, a grotesque fusion of a treant and a bear, dwarfing the size of their previous encounter. Without hesitation, Thorian turned to Zarjan, the lightning goblin champion. "Destroy that monstrosity swiftly. Clear our path." Zarjan, radiating with a yellow lightning aura, charged towards the treant bear, his spear poised for a decisive strike. Simultaneously, Thorian detected another imminent danger. From the north, the whoosh of an incoming attack caught his attention. Utilizing his elemental sight, he spotted the Spirit Elf's fiery bolt, pulsating with intense mana. "Ventus, enter the shrine and purify the crystal of its corruption," Thorian commanded. He promptly raised an earth wall, while Aqua and Saxum supplemented his efforts with an ice barrier and another earth wall. Meanwhile, Ventus's form blazed with blue lightning energy. In a barely perceptible flash, he darted into the shrine, evading the treant bear. His figure was a mere flicker of lightning as he sped past the formidable creature. As Thorian erected his earth wall, flanked by Aqua and Saxum, he was acutely aware that these fortifications were merely a temporary impediment to their relentless foe. Gripping his staff more firmly, he braced himself to unleash the fire stream once more. Just then, Zogarth stepped forward, his figure radiating an aura of unprecedented power. A fierce amalgam of black and red energy swirled around him, clawing its way towards the heavens. Similarly, Forlun advanced, a light purple aura shimmering around his entire being. "Leave this one to us, my lord," he declared, unsheathing his sword with a determined flourish. The blade absorbed the purple aura, glowing with a formidable intensity. Zogarth, too, channeled all of his red and black aura into his battle axe, the weapon thrumming with deadly anticipation. As the spirit elf's fiery bolt shattered their defenses, the two generals steeled themselves. With a thunderous battle cry, they soared into the sky, a blur of motion and color, to confront the onslaught head-on. Their blades, a fusion of purple, black, and red, cleaved through the air, leaving an X-shaped trail of aura in their wake. They collided with the fiery bolt, unleashing a shockwave that rippled through the air, forcing Thorian to shield his eyes from the gust. These are new skills, Thorian realized, his gaze fixed on his two generals with a mixture of admiration and awe. The fruits of their class advancement, no doubt. As the remnants of the spirit elf's attack fizzled out, Zogarth and Forlun descended gracefully back to earth, making their way to rejoin Thorian and the rest of their party. At the same moment, a grand magical circle began to emerge from the depths of the shrine, gradually enveloping everyone within its bounds. From its epicenter, a dome-like barrier of magic materialized, encasing the group in its protective embrace. "He succeeded," Thorian said with a chuckle, turning to see Ventus emerging from the shrine. In his grasp was an odd purple octopus, its mouth brimming with an unnervingly large number of teeth. "This creature is disgusting," Ventus muttered, disdain evident in his voice. He then released a small but potent lightning bolt upon the octopus. Afterward, he faced Thorian with a look of confusion. "So, are we finally done?" Thorian's gaze shifted to Zarjan, who had just vanquished the Treant bear, before he released a sigh, heavy with relief. "Yes, you've successfully raised the barrier. We're now safe." Upon hearing Thorian's affirmation, both Aqua and Vigil collapsed to the ground, each letting out a deep, exhausted breath. At last, Aqua exhaled. "I can't remember a time when I've been more terrified." "You're not alone," Vigil said, laughing lightly. "Those attacks were unnaturally powerful." Forlun nodded in agreement. Indeed, those spirit elves posed a formidable challenge. He puffed out his chest with a prideful chuckle. "But even so, we emerged victorious." Thorian, however, shook his head slightly. "I believe there's a misunderstanding here. We were only facing a single spirit elf." Both Forlun and Zogarth stared at Thorian, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. "But, my lord, that volley of arrows. Surely a single spirit elf couldn't have launched so many simultaneously?" Zogarth questioned, seeking clarification. Thorian responded with a wry smile, his tone carrying a hint of admiration for their foe. "It's hard to comprehend without witnessing it yourself. Their bows are not only exceptionally large, but their speed is also simply otherworldly." Vigil, speaking in a soft, reassuring tone, interjected, "Yet, we accomplished our objective. In the end, isn't that what truly counts?" "That is indeed true," Thorian concurred, his smile broadening as he surveyed the wreckage of the shrine. "Now, let's secure the tear we came here to obtain." With a stride that mixed confidence with a trace of impatience, Thorian entered the shrine. At the heart of the decimated grand hall, an altar stood, above which hovered a blood-red crystal. Without a moment's hesitation, Thorian approached the altar and gingerly touched the crystal. Abruptly, a notification materialized before him. "Spill a drop of your blood onto the corrupted crystal to purify it." Heeding the system's directive, Thorian bit his thumb, allowing his blood to fall onto the red crystal. Upon contact, the crystal eagerly absorbed the droplets, shimmering with a dazzling blue light, before being engulfed by the altar. The purification of Amelia's shrine has begun. As Thorian read the notification, the debris scattered around the desolate shrine began to levitate, merging seamlessly with the shattered walls. Furniture, long decayed by the ravages of time, miraculously rejuvenated, returning to its former splendor. Once the restoration of the shrine was complete, a new crystal emerged from the very spot where the previous one had vanished. This crystal, small enough to nestle comfortably in one's palm, radiated a deep ocean blue hue and bore the resemblance of a teardrop. "So, this is Amelia's tear," Forlun observed, stepping closer to Thorian. His eyes reflected the crystal's luminescence. "Indeed, it's a thing of beauty." Zogarth, unable to contain his elation, added, "With this, we can finally heal Nox. It's been a long-awaited moment." Thorian nodded in agreement with their sentiments, gently lifting the crystal tear from the altar. He examined it closely, noting its details. Amelia's tear. Rarity Crimson Sun. Class requirement Priest. Advancement requirement Second Advancement. Description: As Saintess Amelia beheld the corruption-ravaging Feywild, the elven homeland, a solitary tear fell from her eye, mourning the impending downfall of their empire. Special abilities: Cry of the Soul. This one-time use ability enhances the user's next healing spell by 200%. After use, the tear shatters irreparably. "We've finally acquired it," Thorian thought, a smile of triumph playing on his lips. "It's truly in our possession now." As he contemplated their success, another item materialized on the altar, a ring. Recalling the specifics of their quest, Thorian immediately recognized its significance. He picked up the ring for inspection. Ring of Amelia's Grace. Note: this is a quest item of high grade. Its description and specifics are concealed. While Thorian found it slightly disconcerting that he couldn't fully discern the ring's properties, he wasn't overly concerned. As long as it was the correct item for their quest, that was all that mattered. "Oh, it appears our task here is concluded," Forlun remarked, drawing Thorian's attention away from the ring. Beyond the altar, a portal had appeared, signifying the end of their arduous journey. "We've secured everything we needed," Thorian declared with a sense of finality. "Now, it's time to return home." Determined, Thorian led the way out of the dungeon, stepping through the portal. His companions trailed close behind, each sharing the same eager anticipation for the revival of their friend. Upon their arrival in Wolvendale, Ventus let out a light chuckle. "Imagine Nox's expression when he wakes up. He's going to be so frustrated about missing out on all this action." Aqua responded with a thoughtful tone, "The most important thing is his survival. Besides, there are plenty of ways for him to catch up quickly, especially if he exploits the abyss for rapid leveling." While Ventus and Aqua conversed, Thorian's mind was almost in a trance. His heart pounded with the excitement and relief of finally nearing the culmination of their long quest. Lost in his thoughts, Thorian was approached by Vigil. "My lord, since Whisperwind's spell is sustaining Nox, it would be wise to perform my ultimate ability near the Guildmaster. He can alert us if there are any complications." Thorian nodded in agreement. "You're absolutely right. We can't afford any missteps now that we're this close to achieving our goal." Heeding Vigil's counsel, the group made their way to Nox's house. Thorian carefully lifted Nox, taking every precaution to avoid exacerbating his condition. Fortuitously, the Assassin Guild was located adjacent to Nox's residence. Thorian had arranged this proximity so that Whisperwind's skill would remain effective, a decision that now proved beneficial under these circumstances. Moving with measured steps, Thorian delicately carried Nox in a princess hold as he entered the guild. Whisperwind, upon witnessing this, immediately grasped the situation. "I see the necessary conditions have been met, my lord," Whisperwind remarked, approaching Thorian and gently taking Nox into his own care. "Let us proceed to my private chamber for this task." Thorian, acknowledging Whisperwind's suggestion with a nod, led the party deeper into the guild's interior. They traversed several rooms before arriving at the Guildmaster's personal bedroom. Once inside, Whisperwind carefully placed Nox on his bed, turning his attention to Vigil. "You may commence now," he instructed, signaling the beginning of the crucial procedure. Hearing Whisperwind's words, Vigil gazed at the tear-shaped crystal held delicately in his hand. It was Amelia's tear, a brilliant azure gem, pulsating with an ethereal light. As he tightened his grip, rays of blue light seeped through his fingers, enveloping his body in a radiant aura. The light clung to Vigil's fur, a soothing, protective barrier that slowly absorbed into his skin. "I will begin now," Vigil announced, his voice steady as he approached Nox. Placing his hand gently on the Shadow Kobold's scarred visage, he murmured a solemn incantation. "Ray's last hope." Upon the completion of his words, a golden magical circle materialized above Nox. It expanded swiftly, its circumference reaching for the ceiling. From the heart of the circle descended a pillar of light, broadening until it enveloped Nox's entire form. For Thorian, the seconds stretched into an eternity. He stood transfixed, watching as Vigil's spell bathed his friend in a golden luminescence. Only when a faint moan echoed from within the pillar did the tightness in his heart begin to ease. Gradually, the spell dissipated, revealing Nox's transformed body. The scars had vanished, the severed limbs and arteries were miraculously restored. He looked just as Thorian remembered him, whole and unmarred. "Nox," Thorian murmured, stepping forward, only to be halted by Whisperwind's firm hand. Confusion flickered in Thorian's eyes as he turned back to Nox, now emanating an ominous shadowy aura. As the Shadow Kobold opened his eyes, they were stark white, devoid of pupils, the scara eerily visible. Then, with startling abruptness, Nox unleashed a blood-curdling scream, primal and terrifying, as if a demon had been roused from slumber. The shadows around him flared with a menacing energy. But in that moment of chaos, Whisperwind was there, his hand resting reassuringly on Nox's shoulder. "It's okay now, Nox," Whisperwind's voice was a balm, gentle and soothing, causing the menacing shadows to recede. "It's all over. You are free." As the last of the shadows were absorbed into Nox's skin, his eyes returned to their normal state. He blinked, looking around in bewilderment. "What happened?" His gaze settled on Whisperwind, recognition dawning. "Master?" A light chuckle escaped Whisperwind's lips as he smiled, stepping aside to reveal Thorian. Thorian, gazing upon his friend's restored form, exhaled a relieved sigh. "You're finally back, Nox. I feared we had lost you." Confusion, not joy, clouded Nox's expression as he tilted his head quizzically. "I'm sorry, but you don't look familiar to me." "I knew it." Ventus burst into laughter, a mix of amusement and disbelief in his voice. "I knew he wouldn't recognize you, King. You've changed too much." "Ventus?" Nox's eyebrow arched in surprise as he turned towards the lightning kobold. "You seem different." Then, his gaze circled back to Thorian, scrutinizing him more intently. A flicker of realization sparked in his eyes, and he stood abruptly, astonishment etched on his face. "Wait, is that really you, Thorian?" Thorian, with a chuckle tinged with a hint of sadness, opened his arms wide. "I guess I've changed more than I realized," he said warmly. "Come here, Nox. You had me worried beyond words." With a smile brightening his face, Nox embraced Thorian tightly, his voice filled with a blend of confusion and contentment. "I'm not sure what's going on, but I don't hate this." Thorian felt the warmth of Nox's body against his chest, a sensation that nearly brought tears to his eyes. He quickly masked his emotion with a hand to his face. His voice, slightly trembling, conveyed his heartfelt plea. "Please, don't ever do something so reckless again. Can you promise me that?" Looking up, Nox's face was illuminated by his characteristic, innocent smile. "I can't quite remember what happened, but I promise." As they separated, Thorian simply smiled, affectionately ruffling Nox's hair while the latter laughed heartily. The room's mood shifted subtly as Ifrit spoke up, her voice tinged with remorse. She was nervously biting her lower lip, her gaze averted, unable to meet Nox's eyes. "I'm sorry," she muttered. "That day, you shouldn't have been alone. I should have been there, fighting alongside you." Nox approached Ifrit with an unwavering smile, his attitude forgiving and understanding. The choice was mine, and so is the responsibility, he reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. So don't beat up yourself for that, it will make me sad. At his words, Ifrit's eyes brimmed with tears, and she embraced Nox, her sobs breaking the silence. Why did it have to be you? You're too pure for this harsh world. As she wept on his shoulder, Nox chuckled lightly, a hint of affection in his laughter. Come on now, Ifrit. You're a big girl, you shouldn't cry like this. No. I will cry whenever I want. Stupid Nox. Ifrit's playful punch landed on Nox's chest, a mix of frustration and relief in her gesture. The moment was interrupted by Ventus, who strode in with a hint of humor in his voice. Okay, we get it, he said as he playfully tugged Ifrit away from Nox by the nape of her neck. We're all happy Nox is back, especially me. It has been boring without my rival around. Observing the unfolding scene, Thorian found himself caught between emotions. Just moments ago, a heavy gloom had enveloped them all, a stark contrast to the lightened spirits that now filled the room. It was a testament to Nox's unique ability to shift the atmosphere effortlessly. You truly are one of a kind, Nox, Thorian mused silently, watching the shadow kobold with a mix of admiration and gratitude. I'm fortunate to have you as a friend. While Nox engaged in conversation with Ventus, Aqua interjected, his tone laced with concern. Nox, do you really not recall anything that happened? Nox paused, looking thoughtful. So, I was fighting against all of those crazy humans. They were strong, but because they had terrible coordination, I was beating them easily. His brow furrowed, a sign of his struggling memory. My memories are a little fuzzy here, but I remember this green lady. She had these beautiful blue eyes that I couldn't help but look into. At these words, a surge of anger clenched Thorian's fist tightly. He was about to speak when Forlune voiced the sentiment for him. That damned woman, Forlune growled, his voice deep and filled with venom. If I ever lay my hands on her, I'll tear her apart, limb by limb. Nox, puzzled, tilted his head. What's going on? Do you all know her? Aqua responded, his voice tinged with bitterness. She's the mastermind behind the recent attack. She's responsible for the deaths of many of our people and for leaving you incapacitated for a week. He clicked his tongue, unable to contain his anger. Nox's eyes widened in disbelief at the revelation. A week? I've been asleep for a whole week? Yeah, you missed quite a bit, Ventus replied, his grin mischievous. But now you're awake, and just in time to join us in giving that stupid woman what she deserves. Nox's smile mirrored Ventus's enthusiasm as he cracked his knuckles. Count me in, as I'm not about to sit this one out. I want a share of that glory. Thorian chuckled, affectionately ruffling Nox's hair. First, there's a lot you need to catch up on. After that, we can talk about glory, battles, and all that comes with it. Turning to Whisperwind, Thorian bowed respectfully. Guildmaster, I can't express my gratitude enough for keeping Nox alive during this ordeal. Observing Thorian's humility, Nox also bowed to Whisperwind. Thank you, Master. Whisperwind offered a gentle smile, shaking his head modestly. There's no need for thanks. I couldn't let my first and favorite employee meet his end on my watch. Thorian nodded appreciatively at the Guildmaster, then addressed Forlune. Tomorrow, I plan to claim the rewards for the Arendelle quest. This way, we won't miss out on any experience points. For now, I'll show Nox around the village. Forlune chuckled warmly. Take all the time you need, Lord. You've been tirelessly at work, a bit of rest is well deserved. Don't get too cheeky, Thorian retorted with a smile, shaking his head. Just keep up with your duties, and don't slack off on your training. He turned to address the others. That goes for all of you. Keep honing your skills unless you want to fall behind your peers. Yes, King, Ventus replied with a laugh, his tone teasing yet sincere. Don't worry, we'll keep up with our training. Shaking his head with a smile, Thorian turned his attention back to Nox. Come on, let's go. There's a lot I need to show you. Nodding eagerly, Nox followed Thorian out of Whisperwind's bedroom. When they emerged into the main area of the guild, Nox's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, the guild has really expanded. He pointed excitedly at the bulletin board. And what's that over there? That's the guild's bulletin board for quests, Thorian explained. The guild has undergone quite an upgrade. You should register for your daily quests later. Nox nodded in understanding, his curiosity piqued. The pair then exited the guild building. Stepping outside, Nox halted, his gaze sweeping over the transformed village, his expression a mixture of awe and nostalgia. I can't believe how much I've missed. The village has grown so much. It has, Thorian agreed, his voice laced with a hint of pride. We even have goblins living among us now. Just a heads up to avoid any unnecessary scuffles. Nox chuckled, shaking his head. Don't worry, I won't start any trouble. It's just overwhelming, in a good way. Observing Nox's genuine smile, Thorian felt a surge of happiness. After their conversation momentarily paused, Zogarth approached them. Nox, you're finally awake. Zogarth laughed heartily. Nox, taken aback by the orc commander's imposing stature, exclaimed, Zogarth, is that you? How much did you eat this week to get so big? Zogarth roared with laughter before gently patting the young kobold with his massive hand. What are you talking about, you cheeky little thing? This is the result of my evolution. I've grown larger and stronger. I can see that, Nox chuckled. If you keep evolving at this pace, you might end up bigger than a house. As the two bantered, Thorian shook his head, amused. After catching up briefly, Zogarth excused himself to attend to his duties. With Zogarth's departure, Thorian was ready to begin their short tour. The first place we'll visit is the cultivation hall. Nox's interest was immediately piqued. The cultivation hall? Is that a new building? I suppose it's a familiar place that you've just never had the chance to explore, Thorian clarified. The cultivation hall is essentially a space dedicated to practicing cultivation. There are 2 elders there who can guide you through the process. Cultivation? Nox's eyebrow quirked in intrigue. Sounds like I've missed out on a lot. Realizing his oversight, Thorian chuckled apologetically. Sorry, I should have explained it better. Cultivation involves harnessing a type of energy called chi, which is somewhat akin to mana. However, chi is gathered in your lower abdomen, unlike mana, which is typically centered around the heart. Cultivation opens up the possibility of mastering new skills that utilize this chi. The last part sparked Nox's enthusiasm visibly. Really? I can learn them too? Absolutely, Thorian affirmed with a nod. In fact, it'd be great if you could start learning the basics today. Nox pumped his fist in excitement. Awesome. I'm always up for learning new skills. Thorian, amused by Nox's exuberant attitude, led him towards the cultivation hall. Upon reaching it, Nox's eyes widened in recognition, tinged with surprise. Ah, so this is the place? It's changed so much. It looks like 2 buildings merged into one now. It's likely to expand even further, Thorian remarked, his gaze lingering on the hall with a sense of satisfaction. However, Nox's expression shifted as he wrinkled his nose, sniffing the air. What's that awful smell? It's making my head spin. Thorian's eyebrows shot up in realization, and he scratched his head. Ah, that would be the residue of cultivation. I think some people are meditating inside. That smells really bad, Nox replied, his voice nasal as he pinched his nose, his face scrunched up in distaste. Thorian laughed softly, empathizing with Nox's reaction. I can't argue with that, he agreed before gesturing for Nox to follow him. Let's not linger here too long. I've got a few things I want to show you, and some gifts I think you'll appreciate.